check one, mic check one. Pleasant good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Prairie View Cricket Complex for Finals Day. Today you are looking at the Texas Skywalkers against the TCC Kings, best two teams in the division in this Houston Youth Premier League Fall Classic 2023. The news from the center is that the Texas Skywalkers won the toss and chose to bowl, and therefore the TCC Kings will be coming into bat. We'll see the openers coming out shortly. In the meantime, the Texas Skywalkers are in a team huddle, waiting to appear onto the field as umpires out near the middle. Brian Walters here will be with you for the next probably 4 or so hours. 9:30 start, so running just a little behind time. But the important thing is we're getting out of the heat as early as possible because, ladies and gentlemen, it is absolutely oppressive here in the Prairie View area. And while we don't necessarily like to complain about the weather because there's not a lot you can do about it, I'm sure the players will be happy to not have to be in these conditions for very long today. So win or lose, we're looking to have, I think, a successful day of cricket. Of course, both captains at the toss said very confidently that they were both going to win. And I think we'll see that confidence show as we go through the day's play. And so once again, just a little bit of play while the openers for the Texas Kings come to the crease. Both of these teams very strong. Here we see from the highway end, that is the figure of Joy Jadav, who's getting ready to open the ball. Tall left arm fast bowler. Left arm fast bowling is something that I personally am very enthusiastic about. At one time in my life, I figured or thought of myself as a decent left arm fast bowler, but these days I make a living doing something other than that. So Joy Jadav will be opening the bowling from the highway end, the southern end of the ground here in Prairie View. And from the forest end, obviously, we'll see exactly when that. At the standings as to where each of these teams were and how they're. The Texas Skywalkers won 4 of the 6 matches that they played. Won 4 and lost 2. 24 points. at the top of the table, and they're actually tied at the top of the table with the TCC Kings in terms of wins and losses. They both won 4 and lost 2, and 24 points. The better team in terms of the ranking is the Texas Skywalkers by virtue of their superior net run rate. Their net run rate 0.8086 as compared to the net run rate of the TCC Kings, which is 0.4608. So just a little bit of information about how we got here. But both of these teams are very well stacked. Both of them perform very well in situations like this, very experienced. Texas Skywalkers, captain is Aryan Satish. And just running through the roster really quickly. Adi Nair, Akhilesh Balan, Daniel Bagani, George Adaf, who we just spoke in the new ball, Mark Sagia Babu, Omar Alas Luja, Samir Isan, Sharon Chakraborty, and Vedant Desai. That is your Texas Skywalkers team. And in fact, we see in the middle now that the TCC Kings openers have made their way. Just go real quickly through the TCC Kings roster. Ansh Boje, Aryan Tamala, Danish Dinesh, Krish Patel, Pranav Nair, Pranav Perumal, my apologies, Pranav, Rochan Vanam, Rohan Sikri, Sahil Lada, Saket Narla, Sabir Gudipati, and Vihan Mehta. Vihan Mehta is the openers are in the middle. Openers, I believe, will be Ansh Boje, and we'll see exactly who the other opener is. But for now, it's a matchup of lefty versus lefty, as the left-handed Ansh Boje will be facing up to Joy Jadav in a very aggressive field set immediately. 2 slips in position. Joy Jadav is a left-arm swinger, or left-arm pace bowler, so he swings it away from the left-hander. Really interesting to see that they've gone full attack first up. 2 slips in position. There are 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. Those 2 fielders are down at deep third and at fine leg, a very wide fine leg, almost a backward square leg. So those are the 2 outside, everybody else needing to be inside. We are about to be ready. This is umpire Rakesh Jain operating from this end, the close end, the highway end. George Adav with the new ball in hand. Ansh Boje is ready. And we are off and running here for the finals. TCC Kings versus Texas Skywalkers. Here we go. There is that outswing that you're expecting. Good looking delivery, curling away from the left-hander. Ansh Boje just watching that one go through to the keeper. And you will see swing early, but I suspect that swing will only last for about a couple of overs because it's still a little bit damp. And so that ball is going to get relatively worn relatively early. And so it's not surprising that even with the aggressive field settings with the 2 slips, and in fact after 1 ball, 1 slip, second slip has moved more to a gully position, so moving a little wider. Still an aggressive field, but maybe slightly less aggressive as Jadav. And again, beautiful delivery, bang on target, defended in front of the stumps for no run. So an impressive start here. The first 2 deliveries exactly where you want them to be as a left arm swing bowler. Bang on target. And once again, the finals between the TCC Kings and the Texas Skywalkers. The Skywalkers, having won the toss, decided to bowl. All going to be interesting to see how each of these teams handles the pressure of being in a final. And to the extent that each one can hold their nerve, that will have a lot to do with who wins this match. Punched wide of mid-on inside the circle, of course. Firmly struck, but right to that fielder mid-on. That is Aryan Satish, the captain. In fact, that is Mark Sagia Babu. My apologies. Sagia Babu fielding at a wide mid-on, almost like a mid-wicket. So 3 balls bowled, 3 dot balls to start the finals. Joy Jadav starting to build that pressure. You can never tell what difference building pressure will make in a final like this, because everything seemingly rides on every ball. And building pressure is exactly what you want your fast bowler to be doing. Lofted down the ground. This will be the first runs of the day off the bat. Couple of bounces, may not make it to the boundary. It's going to be close. Pull back there. That would be Mark Sagiababu, who does the hard work running back from mid-on. So 2 runs off the bat. The opening his account is Anch Boje. And once again, the first 2 runs of the match, lofted down the ground, not necessarily hit very hard. And maybe he struck that one, it wasn't quite full enough to drive. So the distance that it traveled was more vertical as opposed to horizontal. But yes, he's off the mark, looking for a batter to be off the mark. Boje again, or Boje, ready to face George Adav down the leg side. And that is the first wide of the day, signaled by umpire Rakesh Jain. Both of these teams are very good bowling sides. If I had to give the edge to either side in terms of bowling, I probably, by a hair, would say that the Texas Skywalkers have a better bowling attack. But they're both very, very good. Very skilled and good variety with both left arm and right arm bowlers, and with also good pace and spin. And we can talk about that more as we go through the day. So 4 balls bowled, 4 legal balls, good delivery, a little bit quicker that time. Wasn't looking for swing on that occasion, short of length, and defended in front of the stumps by Anch Boje. So faced all 5 deliveries so far, Anch Boje. Technically 6 deliveries faced, but only 5 legal, with that wide going down the leg side not too long ago. But we are now at the point where we're looking to have the first over completed. 1 more delivery here. And to the extent that you want to finish strong, that's exactly what George Adav is going to be looking to do here. Punched back to the bowler. No opportunity for a run there. So very good over. Bang on target. All 6 legal deliveries. 1 that was a little bit wide going down the leg side. But apart from that, the big left-hander has his team off to a good start. After 1, scores 3 without loss. Three without loss after 1. Opening bowler is going to be from the highway end, my apologies, from the forest end, the northern end of the ground. That is going to be Mark Sagiababu. Right arm, quick, very quick actually. About the quickest that you'll see in this tournament at this level. And he's going to be now bowling to opening batter from TCC Kings. That is going to be Krish. First delivery, punched through the offside. Maybe just 1 run here, easing on that one and getting it through the covers for a single. That was really a loosener by Sagiababu. He can bowl generally much quicker than that, but just wanting to get that right line and length first before he starts going for the pace that he's accustomed to bowling at. So Krish Patel is the opener. 1 run to his name from the 1 ball faced, and Anch Boje is now going to be on strike after having faced all the deliveries from George Adav's last over, which was of course the first over of the innings. So the left-hand right-hand combination causing some delays. Obviously, you have to switch the field around when it is the fact that you have a lefty and a right hand at the wicket at the same time. In the air, should be an easy catch. And dropped, put down. He judged it perfectly, did everything right, but put it down. Everything the coaches tell you to do was done that time by George Adav. Just did not hold on to it. So a life is given to Ange Boje. He will be appreciative of that because, boy, that ball stayed in the air forever. And again, it was judged well. There's a little bit of wind coming from the south, so that may have had something to do with it as well. But certainly should have been taken. So back on strike now after that drop catch. A single was taken. So as a fielding side, you have to be able to put that out of your mind and then go back in the mindset of thinking, look, things happen, can't do anything about it now, just need to go out and make sure that you get the next one. So 3 delivers deep into the third over, make that the second over. There's Sage Babu again. Hammered down the ground. This should be the first boundary of the day. A couple of bounces, and it goes all the way for 4. Pitched up delivery. Not quite as well bowled, I think, as Sage Babu is capable of bowling. This was very much in the slot. And Krish Patel just going through the line, just playing that through the line. A pretty clean strike down the ground for the first boundary of the day. So after life was given to Ange Boje, Krish Patel capitalizing by going down the ground for the first boundary. There's Sage Babu again. Oh, that one stayed low. It stayed very low. It was full and definitely kept a little bit low. So that's a good comeback delivery, but the batters will be thinking how that one hit the pitch, because it sort of died after hitting the pitch. So before the sun starts baking down, that's why it's always better generally to bowl first. Short of length, played through the cover, extra cover, at least a couple, and in fact it's going to go all the way for 4. So a relatively expensive over. Had an over where you could have taken a wicket, but unfortunately not only do you not take a wicket, but then a couple of boundaries after that means that 10 runs come from the over. So after 2, the score is 13 without loss. So 13 without loss after 2. George Adav with the new ball in hand. Well, it's not as new anymore, obviously, but he's second over. And if you know anything about the heart of an athlete, after having dropped a catch in that last over, he will be absolutely fired up to make amends. And so I expect a little bit more pace, a little bit more hostility in this over. That adrenaline will be flowing. And I think Ange Boje probably knows the same thing. So he has to expect that there's going to be an agency from George Adav to be able to get the wicket back that he missed. First delivery, lofted over the top, doesn't carry all the way down to deep third. One bounce to that fielder. I think you see a little evidence of outswing there because that one was pitched up. I think Ange Boje looking to hit that one over the extra cover area, but a thick outside edge took it all the way down to slip and make that to deep third. So a single taken off the first ball. And now for the first time, Krish Patel will be facing up to George Adav. Tall left armer, And he's continuing to operate over the wicket to the right-handed Krish Patel. So probably looking to curl this one back into the righty, attacking the stumps. Any amount of swing that there is will be into the right-hander, so pay attention to that. Oh, that one also stays a little bit low. Well played in the end. Punched to short mid-on. No run. And as you saw, much more attacking feel to the left-hander with this initially 2 slips and then a slip and a gully. You see for the righty with the ball curling into him, only 1 slip in position. Still an attacking field, relatively speaking, but you don't anticipate to the left-hander curling the ball in that ball would be anywhere close to threatening the outside edge. At least you wouldn't think. That's probably for me why there is no second slip. Good delivery again, swinging in and punch down to wide mid-on. Pinch a single. So George Adams starting off well. 3 from the first over. 2 runs already from the 3 deliveries bowled in this over. And so you expect that he'll continue. Generally very economical bowler. Not lightning quick, but certainly can be quick on his day. And then certainly, as I mentioned, has the ability to swing the ball. So once again, you have a single slip fielder. So they've gone maybe slightly less aggressive now to Anch Boje. Lofted in the air, and it's not going to be caught by Sagi Ababu coming across, wanting to get. You saw almost like he was straining to get there, but that ball never was going to stay in the air long enough for a catching opportunity. But they're getting the runs in 1s and 2s now, the TCC Kings. And I think that you're going to see at some point they want to cut loose. Current run rate is exactly 6. 16 runs on the board with 2 balls remaining here in the 3rd. So you anticipate that they will be looking to push north of that 6. Looking to flash. This one staying outside the line of off. A dot ball. So 1 ball remaining now in the 6th over. Anch Boje's 5 from 9. Krish Patel 10 from 8. And with 1 ball remaining, a little bit of an adjustment in the field. The lone slip fielder is now out, gone to sort of a gully position, and then deep third is going to be inside the line between the slip fielder or the gully fielder and the keeper. He's in that gap. Punch to mid-wicket, good delivery to close things out. Another over where only 3 runs are scored off of George Adams. So he started out well. 2 overs, none for 6. At the end of 3, the score is 16 without loss.
Water.
So 3 without loss. My apologies. 3 overs, 16 without loss. Mark Sagi Ababu to continue. Bowling from the forest end, and he's going to be Boje. And a slightly different feel now as Joy Jadav has dropped back from inside the circle. He's now down to deep third. So there, no doubt, for the slash, anticipated slash like that. But this is hit in the air. Pasta not catchable. Running back is mid-off, and he's only able to run back and prevent more than that 1 run. But looking a little bit more aggressive here is Anch Boje, looking to go big over the offside, and I think again this is why Joy Jadav has dropped back to that deep third position, because any flash outside the line of off that comes off the thick edge in theory would be flying right in that position. So you're going to see a little bit of that, and attacking field that as you go through the rest of the day, you're going to see those adjustments based on what the batters are doing. Both of these batters are relatively aggressive. Krish Patel now 8, make that 10 from 9. Anj Boje 6 from 10. And now for the right-hander, Joy Jadav coming inside the circle, sort of a backward square leg or kind of a wideish fine leg position. Oh, thick inside edge. He might have edged that onto his foot, so he's limping a little bit. That never feels comfortable. Very full that time from Mark Sagiababu. And Krish Patel just making sure that the toes still work. And if you've never edged a cricket ball onto your boot at pace, I can tell you it does not feel very good. Sagiababu again. Short of length, punched into the offside. That's a good looking shot. It should get 2. Coming back. And a good strong throw from the outfield, but an easy 2. Really well played. Just easing on that one. Piercing that gap between backward point and that fielder at a squarish cover. So expect that he'll continue to do exactly that. Keeper Ranak Saluja. That one went over his head. Another thick inside edge. He's finding all edges here. It's Joy Jadav running back from short fine leg to field, but certainly finding some success in this over so far. Hit the edge a number of times. Now with the lefty back on strike, they go back to the original field set. Joy Jadav dropping back to deep third, and Sagiababu bowling now to that same field. He's bowling to a 7, make that a 6-3 field. Very wide outside off stump, but not called wide by umpire Altaf Mahesania. So 2 outside the circle, deep backward square leg and deep third. That's what you expect with a bowler who is bowling at pace and is able to hit the deck hard. And you don't anticipate that either of these fast bowlers, opening bowlers, would like being hit down the ground. So I don't anticipate that they'll give them a lot to strike down the ground. But we'll see how this over develops. Very full, peeled off the outside edge actually. Okay, so make a liar out of me, why don't you? That is a good delivery to end things here in the 4th. 4 overs up, the score is 20 without loss. George Jadav to continue bowling his 3rd over. First 2 overs, each went for 3 runs, so his figures are 2 overs, no maidens, none for 6. Bowling now to Krish Patel. Flicked away over the top of mid-wicket. That's going to run away for 4, I believe. Yep, makes it to the boundary now. So starting out a little bit too straight. That time George Jadav was just clipped off. Not the most difficult of shots when you have the ball swinging into you. Just getting inside the line and helping it over mid-wicket. And yeah, looking at that replay, it started on leg stump and started swinging down. So George Jadav will know that that ball needs to be outside of off stump. Swinging back in from that angle, left arm over. It's always going to be better to have it start outside the line of off stump, then swing back and threaten the stumps. Short of length this time, looking to find pace more than swing. It's punched down to mid-on for no run. But that line for me was slightly better, a little bit more on off stump. And again, that same length was much more of an attacking length. Still getting good swing, by the way. So even though it was short enough that the ball didn't have a long way to swing, it still did swing for the little time that it was in the air. That's the delivery, and that is the length and the line. So from that angle, bowling from over the wickets, he certainly is able to get the batter to be sort of in two minds. What you're trying to do as a bowler is to not have the batter be able to commit to either the front foot or the back foot. And so on that occasion, exactly where George Adab needed to be is where he was, just short of length, and asking the batter to essentially be trapped on the crease, not knowing whether to go forward or back. So after being struck for 4 good couple of deliveries, make that a good 3 deliveries in a row. Another dot ball. So 2 balls remaining here in the 5th. I believe that they will be doing a water break after the 5. At least that was the case yesterday. After every 5 overs, they took a water break. Now, it has to be said, it's not quite as hot now as it will be later on today. And it certainly is not as hot now as it was yesterday. So if they don't take a water break, it would not be surprising. But either way, we'll just be here either way. George Adab, 2 more balls remaining here in the 5th. Another good delivery. Ooh, looking like a quick run. Anch Boje took off a little late. Was eventually able to get to the other end. Underhanded throw from the covers wasn't exactly accurate. So they pinch a single. 5 from the over now with 1 ball remaining. And of course, the power play is the first 6 overs. So after this, there will be 1 more over of power play. And then we will see exactly where we are after that. George Adab now facing the left-handed Anch Boje, 6 from 12. So he generally is a lot more aggressive batter than that. So he'll be looking to accelerate at some point. Oh, in the air, past the bowler rather. And just for a split second, George Adab might have thought he had an opportunity for a return catch. But that's the end of the over. After conceding a boundary from the first ball, George Adab makes the adjustment and does well to close out strong. And in fact, we will be taking a water break. As you can see, everyone coming onto the field now. 5 overs up, the score is 25 without loss. So after the water break, 5 without losses, I'll make that 25 without losses the score. Captain Aryan Satish takes the ball in hand, and he will be bowling his leg spinners from Forest End. Good looking delivery, bang on target, right where you want to be for a right-handed leg spinner. Good length and good line, having the batter Krish Patel reach forward. So good start. Now a little bit more of an attacking field as a short cover is now in position as George Yadav, who is sort of all over the place in terms of field settings. Tossed up, oh, looking for the big drive. Drive and a miss. It would not be the biggest surprise if there were to be a slip fielder put in position, because he's gone past the outside edge on that delivery. The previous ball, he had the batter reaching forward. Struck firmly. Good stop in the covers, though. Oh, look at that. They ran through for a quick single. He ran him out. Oh, my goodness. Boy, that ball was struck firmly to the fielder in the covers. And a quick throw right to the non-striker's end. And I really have to say that should not have been a run. In fact, oh, it started off late. Absolutely started off late. And then both of them were trapped in the middle. Belatedly, Krish Patel started heading toward the non-striker's end, but he was never going to make it in time. So the first wicket goes. Boy, again, that ball was struck very firmly and picked up immediately by the cover fielder. So you can't imagine that there would have been any opportunity for a single there. So I think they will definitely be talking about that one in the break, because maybe somewhat due to the pressure that was building, they're only scoring at the rate of 5 and over. And in fact, that was the case before the over started. And then the first 2 deliveries were dot balls. So the overall run rate now down to 4.55. That might have been what caused that pressure. And again, you can't really imagine that there would be any opportunity to take a run there. But they were not able to properly size up the situation and ended up just getting a pretty unnecessary run out, it has to be said. So Krish Patel goes. Krish Patel with a start, but not exactly like he needed one. I mean, you want to think that he'd be able to bat for a little longer than that, because the situation sort of set itself up that he would want to be a little bit more aggressive than that. But aggression doesn't mean suicidal. This ball is punched into the deep, through mid-wicket. That may be close to the boundary. No. Picked up down there. That's Sage Babu, I believe, on the boundary. And they run through for a couple. So, immediately off, well, in fact, it's Anj Boje who's on strike, and he definitely works this ball into that wide open area for a couple. But you'd have to think, okay, now this one is in the air, and they'll get at least a couple. In fact, it goes all the way for 4. So a little bit of width and cut away for 4. So a few runs starting to flow now. That is the first boundary for Anj Boje. Definitely gave him width, and that's a proper square cut. That's a genuinely well played shot through the offside, piercing that gap behind point. It's a left-hander's dream, that square cut. So now a few runs are starting to flow. They'll be looking to do something about that. Captain having a really good start to the over, and then having the wicket, all of a sudden has found himself in a position where a few runs have been scored. Now, a bit of a delay, not exactly sure what the delay is about, but just 1 ball remaining. It looks like And Boje himself was in a bit of difficulty. This ball goes down the leg side.
Keep the plan, don't worry about one boundary.
You might have been able to hear Coach Niraj there saying, don't worry about the boundary, stick to the plan. Sliced away over the top, that's going to run close to the boundary as well. And in fact get there now. So an expensive close to the over. This one goes away this time for 4 more. And that is the end of the over. After 6, the power play is done and dusted. The score is 36 for 1.
Let's go, Daniel!
So 36 for 1 is the score after 6. Run rate now exactly 6. A run ball at this exact run rate, the projected score would be exactly 120, the number of deliveries in a T20 match. But after having only lost 1 wicket, you would have to think that they'd be looking to accelerate past that score, past that run rate. So 36 for 1, and there's a bowling change from the highway end. This is going to be Daniel Bagani. Daniel Bagani, right arm pace bowler. And he's going to be bowling to Bihan Mehta. There's Bagani, right arm over the wicket. And defended, oh my goodness, yes, no, they're very unsure with the running all of a sudden. The TCC Kings, they eventually get a single, but I think that you're going to want to see them communicate a little bit better, because there certainly was an opportunity there had that been picked up cleanly for potentially another run out. So now we're out of the power play. So a little bit more coverage in the deep. There is a long on and long off. There's a deep square leg. There is a deep point. Down here saying we need 1 more inside. After the power play, you can have as many as 5 fielders outside the circle, but any more than that, and it will be a no ball. So you don't want to have that happen. A flash outside the line of off and not able to make contact. But a little bit of a change in the field. You might have heard again there, bring fine leg in and move deep third out. So for the left-hander, fine leg is coming inside the circle, deep third dropping back. So that tells me he's going to be bowling a line outside the line of off. That's exactly where he bowls, and that's played really well actually off the back foot down to that man at deep third. They'll come back for a second. So 2 more runs. Bihan Mehta has only faced 1 ball. He came in at the fall of the first wicket. And Boje opened the batting. He's now 17. Make that 18. Daniel Bagani keeping the same field, so you anticipate again that he'll be bowling that line outside off. This time a little too far outside off. Second time for the day where umpire Rakesh Jain wears his arms. Now Bagani working over the make that around the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, looks for big slash and a miss that sails past the outside edge. And Boje really looking to be aggressive. There's a big gap between square leg and mid-on, and I think that's the gap he was trying to target. From that angle, right arm over the wicket, that's actually an easier shot to play, but he completely missed it. So from that standpoint, it's a victory for Bagani, but he's not going to want to bowl that line very often. That line and length, I should say. Similar delivery, similar result. Looking to play a proper drive this time, looking to play that one through the covers. But he again goes across, that ball sailing across him. Now, if I were Daniel Bagani, I would actually consider going over the wicket to potentially threaten that outside edge into play. But a couple of good deliveries here by Bagani. 4 from the over so far. And the thick under edge this time, down to deep third. So really bowled well here, Daniel Bagani. Found the edge a couple of times and a couple of play and misses. So 5 runs coming from that over. 7 are done. Scores 41 for 1. .41 for 1 after 7. Also bowling change now coming from the forest end. This is going to be Shayan Chakraborty. Will be bowling his leg spinners, I believe. Bowling to the left-handed Anch Boje. So relatively defensive field now. There's a sweeper and the offside. There's a long on and long off. There is a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. So much more defensive field, obviously, outside of the power play. Short played into the offside for no run. My apologies, I said leg spinner. It looks like he's an off spinner. First delivery. Good line, good length, just played into the offside for no run by Anch Boje. Works this one fine. A lot of work to do here for Daniel Bagani. He should get too easily, and he really jogs through for the second run. So working the ball around into the gaps. Haven't hit very many boundaries yet. 5 4s so far, no 6s. And that score 43 after 8.2. This is struck down the ground wide of the fielder. Sweeping out there on the offside, and they score another single. But current run rate is now 5.87. That rate, it will get to 117. If they're able to push that rate up to 7 and over, they get to 132. 8 and over gets them to 144. Nine and over gets you 157. Go all the way up to 11 and over gets you to 182. So initially, you would think they'd be looking for a score somewhere around 140, 145. We'll see how close they can come to that. That's played back to the bowler. Now bowling to the right-handed Bian Mehta. So in order to get to 145, you'll have to score 8 runs and over from here. Should be doable, but you can expect that they'll be looking to accelerate at some point. So back to the lefty on strike with 1 ball remaining here in the 8th over. So Vihan Mehta, captain, 2 from 3, and Boje 22 from 24. Worked off the back foot directly to the fielder at cover. There is no run. That is the end of the over. A good, productive over. 4 runs come from that over. After 8, the score is 45 for 1.
Come Daniel, come Daniel.
45 for 1, Daniel Bagani about to start his 2nd over. Had a very good first over. First over going for 5 runs. And you know that both of these batters are looking to be aggressive, because you're starting to get to the point where you're going to have to put your foot on the gas. You're only looking at another 72 deliveries left, another 12 overs. And if you're looking to score something in the range of 150, then essentially you need to start going at 9 and over, and that needs to start soon. Pulled massively. That's going to run close to the boundary to mid-wicket, and in fact it will get to the rope. Goes all the way for 4, so a good start to the over by Vihan Mehta. It was short and it didn't really bounce very high. It was really a ball that you could easily cash in on. And in fact, not only was it short, the line was too straight, going down the leg side. Nobody in the deep at mid-wicket, and so it became just a really easy delivery to score off of. So a little bit of a change now in response to that shot, because there is now a deep mid-wicket going into position. That's Mark Sagia Babu. And then the captain himself. In fact, no, a new fielder coming into mid-wicket, and that's defended into the cover as a boy. A direct hit there might have been troublesome, but all of a sudden the overthrow will get them an extra run. Tell you what, that was a very aggressive single. I don't know necessarily that there was a single there, but after having committed to going for the run, you did what you're supposed to do, slide aggressively, and then that aggression was met with an overthrow since no one was backing up the throw, and they get an additional run. So the first 2 deliveries of this over yield 6 runs. That's more runs that were scored from the entirety of Daniel Bagani's first over, and that brings up the 50, by the way. Now 51 for 2. Played down the ground to mid-on. Started saying that there's now a fielder at short mid-wicket. That is Adi Nair. And now after the single down to mid or to mid-on, there will be yet another field change with this left-hand, right-hand combination that is always tricky. But both of these teams generally are very good and very professionally run teams. And so you anticipate that they would be able to handle situations like having to bowl to a lefty and a righty at the same time. That's struck through backward point. Couple more runs at least. Yeah, just jogging slowly here. And so a good productive start to the over. 4 deliveries, and he's already scored 9 runs. So that exceeds the current run rate by almost double, at least the run rate before that. And with a couple balls remaining, I think you're going to see that they look to capitalize on what so far has been a much more expensive over than the first one that was bowled by Daniel Bagani. Umpires having a chat, I think, about the number of deliveries remaining. Oh, free hit all of a sudden, missed that. So that may have been because of the number of fielders outside the... Don't know that that's the case, but I didn't see what would have been the reason. Tries the scoop, misses out on the scoop, underhanded throw at the stumps. Wanted a second one, but not there. But missed the free hit, or missed the no ball. Clearly it was a free hit because it was signaled by umpire Rakesh Jain. But we'll await clarification on that free hit delivery. But it ultimately doesn't hurt very much, apart from the additional run that you conceded. There should now be one ball remaining here in the 9th over. Daniel Bagani already conceded 11 runs from this over. So again, a much more expensive over this one than the first one that he bowled. Now just looking, I think, to get out of this without much more difficulty, without much more damage. Stroke through the covers, good looking shot. Should be at least two. A lot of work by the cover fielder. In fact, he does really well to get across to prevent that second run. So the single means that 12 runs come from the over. 37 runs come from the last 5. And they're really looking to be a little bit more aggressive now, the TCC Kings. After 8, make that after 9, the score is 57 for 1. Oh, my apologies. One more ball remaining. So 12 already from the over. And that one more ball is going to be bowled to Ange Boje. In the air, sliced away down to deep third. A lot of work down there for that fielder to do a couple more. So I believe this will be the last ball of the over. In fact, there's the signal by umpire Rakesh Jain. So 2 more runs to the total. 14 from the over. Now it is the end of 9 and the score is 59 for 1. $59 for 1 after 9. 10th over to be bowled by Cheyenne Chakraborty. His first over, very economical, conceding 4 runs from that over. But in the last several minutes, and particularly in the last over, the TCC Kings are showing signs of wanting to cut loose, looking to sweep, thick on the edge. Could be at least a couple. The fielder coming from short third. And that leads to just an easy, jogged second run. So runs certainly flowing at a faster rate now. Bihanmeta up to 11 from 8. Ange Boje 27 from 28. Partnership building. Tossed up, stroked down the ground to long off. Should just be a single. The lefty on strike. Clipped backward a square. Should just be 1. So a couple of singles. 3 balls bowled in the over so far, which means that we're 3 deliveries away from our next scheduled water break. And as of right now, the Skywalkers are starting to look like a team that is just a little undercooked. Half-hearted appeal for a catch, not there. But the energy with which they were fielding earlier on in the innings doesn't appear to be the same. And some of that potentially could be because of the left-hand, right-hand combination. Looking to play the late cut. Good delivery. Outside off, but they run through for a quick single. So 1 ball remaining now here in the 10th. Umpire Rakesh Jain just doing the rearranging the woodwork there for the stumps. And now with 1 ball remaining, looking to see whether or not Ange Boje can get something else out of this over. Slapped away in the deep. Work down there to be done by the sweeper and the covers. Good strong throw. That is just a single. So good close to the over. 6 runs coming from it. That is the end of 10. And I believe again we'll have a short water break. In fact, it may be a mini water break as the umpires confer with each other. And in fact, looks like we are having the real water break. So short break for us. We'll take a water break along with the players. We'll be right back. 65 for 1 is the score after 10. So halfway through the innings, bowling change from the highway end. Anch Boje is on strike. That is struck into the offside. Should just be a single. New bowler is going to be LiveStream, bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-hander. First delivery just punched into the offside for a single. "66 runs on the board, so you have another 59 balls to go, which means that if you keep scoring at this exact same rate, you're projected to be at 130. Next delivery, pulled away into the deep. A lot of work for the backward square leg fielder to do, diving and not able to get to it. So that's another boundary. So slight pickup in aggression for the last couple of overs, and I think you're seeing evidence of that because with 9 wickets in hand, you get the sense that they know with a limited amount of time to go, want to put the pressure on the opposition field for the finals. And so 70 runs are now on the board. 66 before that. That boundary gets them to 70, which means that their current rate is now 6.77. That projects to a score of 135. And I think they'll be looking for something around the 150 to 155 mark. Slower through the air, attempted cut and a miss. You hear the grunts and moans around the field because that was a good delivery by LiveStream. It's a comeback. The first delivery was a good one. The second one a long hop, but it returns to good service here. This one plays, half-hearted run. Boy, they took off late, but it did get to the other end. And they get another single. So good work in the deep. And then you want to make sure that you keep that aggression going, but you don't certainly want to be suicidal. You don't want to give your wicket away. So to the extent that you have to balance those two different objectives, that will get you to a place, I think, where you're scoring consistently without necessarily being reckless. So that brings the left-handed Anch Boje back on strike. LiveStream, next delivery. Played into the offside. That gets through Daniel Bagani, and they're going to run for a single. A little bit of a bad bounce, and he's disappointed in not being able to field that one. But in fairness, that was a bit of a bad bounce. And one more ball now remaining in the 11th over. 55 more balls remaining for the entirety of the innings. 72 for 1 is the score. Anch Boje 30 from 31, and we had met 19 from 14. Reverse sweep, and it's going to run away behind point, and it's going to go for 4. Good looking shot. Pull that one out of the top drawer. And the captain being a little bit innovative, that goes away for 4. That's the end of the over. 11 runs coming from that over. And after 11, the score is 76 for 1. Back here live in the first delivery of the 3rd over, or the 12th over, swept away behind square. That is going to be a boundary. So they're really off and running here, the TCC Kings, after a relatively sedate start, after having been inserted into bat. Anch Boje is being a little bit more aggressive, and he's joined by his captain, Vihan Mehta, who is also looking to be enterprising. So 4 from the first delivery. He tries the reverse sweep. Anch Boje, I think that might have just passed both bats and keeper. So In fact, there we see the signal. Yep, that went through the keeper as well as the batter. So a free, if you will, or in actual parlance, that was just a bye. So no run off the bat, but the run certainly counts. Captain Vihan Mehta back on strike. That's a better delivery. Full and straight, just defended back to the bowler for no run. So runs really picking up in the last several overs. The last 5 overs, including this one, have gone for 40. And the overall run rate is now up above 7. So you're certainly going in the direction that you want to go if you're a TCC. Driven down the ground, that's just going to be a single. And more than anything else, with 9 wickets in hand, I think you can anticipate that they will continue to be more aggressive, to be more enterprising, and you can expect some of that stroke play that we saw earlier to be more featured. That's driven in the air again, wide off, long off, but he'll be over there to cut that off. So just a single. And now 7 from the over already. Last ball. About to be bowled to the captain, Vihan Mehta. Ansh Boje approaching a landmark. He's at 35 from 34. Make that 36 from 35. Oh, this one is dragged down to deep mid-wicket. Just a single. And that is the end of over number 12. So, 12 overs up. The score is 84. A number of times I've said before that if you want to estimate what the score is going to be in the first innings of a T20 match, one sort of back of the napkin way of doing that is by doubling the score after 12. But as of right now, a score of 84 would translate to a score of about 168 if you double that score. I think they'll be targeting around that. So if they go at the score at the rate of 10 and over, 10 and over gets you to 164 from here. 11 and over gets you to 172. I think that's sort of the range where they'll be looking. So new bowler now coming from the highway end. This is going to be Adi Nair. Adi Nair is going to be bowling to the captain, Vihan Mehta. Vihan Mehta has shown signs of being enterprising. So there's that fielder deep gully. He might be called upon to do some work here. It's driven on the ground. That's Joy Jadab down here at the boundary at long off. It's just a single. It's a good start to the over. But he's going to have to be very careful with these deliveries. That was a full toss. Thankfully for him, not much more was done with it. But in order to be an effective spinner, you sort of have to have the ball spin. And the only way to have that happen is for it to pitch. Right-handed spinner, so he'll be looking all Boje 36 from 35, so he's 14 away from what would be a well-made 50, but I think he's going to be looking for more than that. Bowling around the wicket to Boje. Tossed up, and thick under edge gets that ball down to deep square leg for a single. So 2 singles, 2 economical deliveries to start the over. I think you'll get away with singles, or you'll accept having singles at this stage if you are the TCC Kings, because essentially you're setting yourself up for the launch towards the back end of the innings. Next delivery, tossed up, reverse sweep. That's the one I was looking for, and it goes away, I think, for 4 more. Yep, goes all the way to deep point for 4. So that's the second time that Vihan Mehta has played that sweep shot, and the second time that it has gone for 4. You expect that fielder at deep gully that I just highlighted was put there for the reverse sweep. But Vihan Mehta able to get that ball square of that fielder, and so it cashes in on that shot. So he's now accelerating, actually, up 30 from 20, and within a short distance of catching up to Ansh Boje, who's faced 16 more deliveries than he has. Next delivery. Clips it to mid-wicket. Do they want two? No, don't think an opportunity is there for two. That's Daniel Bagani down here at the boundary at mid-wicket. Just a single. So once again, runs are starting to pick up a little bit. 46 coming in the last 5. Now the last 5 scoring at a rate of 9.2, and that's without the last 2 balls having been bowled in this over. So they certainly are coming along to such an extent that they're able to push the score along. Oh, look at this. Down on one knee, sweeping it away, down to deep fine leg. It will be close to the boundary. Not quite getting there, though, but they get a couple more. So 2 more runs. 48 from the last 5. And with 1 ball remaining here in the 13th, you have another 93 runs on the board, another 43 to go in the innings. So currently projected to be at 145, but again, I think they'll be looking for more than that. Swipe and a miss that gets through the keeper. And watch the umpire Rakesh Jain, which now signals a bye. So that is an extra to close things out here in the 13th over. 10 runs coming from that over. At the end of 13, the score is 94 for 1. So 94 for 1 is the score after 13. Once again, probably a short water break after the 15 over mark. At the 15 over mark, we're going to have a surprise. We're going to have an interview with somebody from the community who I think is at a cricket match for the very first time, but we'll talk to her about that. In the meantime, this is captain himself, Aryan Satish, who's back into the attack, bowled 1 over earlier. First delivery is knocked down the ground for a single. So, looking forward the next several deliveries, you get through the water break and assess, or get to the water break, assess where you are. But I really would anticipate that after that passage of play, going into the last 5 overs, you expect to see both of these batters, if they're still there, on full blast. That is driven into the covers. That's Daniel Bagani, who's able to clean up there. No run. And now, just 2 balls bowled in this over so far, but it's a little bit more of a sedate over. You expect that Captain Aryan Satish is going to be able to pull things back. Struck hard, but straight to the fielder at deep extra cover, just a single. So, a single from the first delivery, a dot ball in the second, and a single from the third. So they're starting out very economically here. Texas Skywalkers, after having chosen to bowl, are looking to pull things back after what has been a frenetic inning so far. This pair came together when the score was 25 at the loss of that first wicket, so they've put on a decent partnership here, 71 and counting. Big hit down the ground. How far has this gone? Goes, just pulled back in front of the rope, so they just get 1. That's actually a very good piece of fielding. For a split second, I thought that they might have anticipated that going all the way for 4. And so potentially could have come back for a second run, but ended up not making that decision. And so ultimately it was just a very long single. Now Vihan Mehta on strike with the leg spinner bowling, turning the ball away from him. It's always a possibility that he'll play the reverse sweep again. Pay attention. Now this time just playing a conventional back cut, not able to beat short cover. Now 1 ball remaining here in the 13th, make that the 14th. And a good economical over and underway here for the captain himself, Aryan Satish. Tossed up, big hit. And how far has this gone? All the way for 6. So that is the first 6 of the innings. Wihan Mehta getting one in his arc that he likes, going over the head of that fielder at long on. First 6 of the innings, and that brings up the 100. So 103 for 1 after 14. Looking to press the gas this way. The rest of the way for the innings, you would think. Only another 36 deliveries remaining and 9 wickets in hand. You anticipate that they will be aggressive from here. So, end of the over, 103 for 1. We'll be right back. So 103 for 1 after 14. So once again, after this over, they should have a short water break. This is Daniel Bagani with ball in hand, going to be bowling his 3rd over. 2 overs from him so far. His 2 overs have yielded 19 runs. First over yielded, if I remember, 4, so about 15 came from his 2nd over. Now just a bit of shifting of the field. Once again, you're outside of the power play, so you can have as many as 5 fielders outside the circle. Those 5 are down at deep point. In fact, with the left-hander on strike. So there is a deep point, long on, long off, deep mid-wicket, and deep 3rd. And everyone else is inside the circle, of course. You have to have 4 inside. So the 4 inside are certainly on the 1, and the others are saving the boundaries. Played through the offside, that should just be a single. We're in Mehta now on strike, 38 from 25. Ansh Boje 41 from 40. Make that 42 from 41. And with the field shifting around a lot, essentially it's having the maybe unintended effect of slowing things down, but I don't know that slowing things down is what these 2 batters want. I think they're in a good groove and they're looking to push on from here. But now a lot of movement, and Captain Aryan Satish down here in front of us is making a lot of changes. In the air, didn't carry to cover, and then a throw at the bowler's end, not going to be in time. They run through for another single. So that stayed in the air for a very long time, but landing short of that fielder in the covers. So 2 balls and 2 singles so far here in the 15th over. Just another 34 balls remaining in the innings. Right now, at the current run rate of 7.3, you're projected to be at 147. But I think they'd have to look higher than that. Oh, slower delivered, well bowled. Really good ball here by Daniel Bagani. Completely no pace on that ball at all, and a swipe and a miss by Ansh Boje. Boje 42 from 41, and he is going to be looking to be very aggressive. So going pace off the way that Daniel Bagani just did, I think is a good option. Now let's see if he can repeat that dosage. Here he is again. Pace on, struck in the air down here to long off. Should just be a single to the captain, Aryan Satish. So just 2 balls remaining in this, the 15th over. Time to reassess where they are at the end of that passage of play. I think during the water break they'll be talking with the coach. And I'm sure Coach on the TCC Kings side will be telling them you absolutely need to go now. There's 9 wickets in hand. There's, at that point it would have been 30 balls remaining. So I think both of them will have full license to go for all the shots that they want to, because with all those wickets in hand, you're essentially looking at a very compressed game, and you can be as aggressive as you'd like, I would think. Next delivery, short outside the line of off and too far outside the line of off. So has to re-bowl that one. A wide ball is what that was given as. So 1 run to the opposition. I mean, in fact, 1 run to the batting side, and then Daniel Bagani is going to have to bowl another one. So here he is. 2 balls remaining. Better delivery. Stroke back down the ground. Look at this. What is this? Oh my goodness. That was deflected off of Daniel Bagani's hand back onto the stumps. Daniel Bagani believes that Wihan Mehta was out of his crease, or that Ansh Boje was out of his crease. He certainly was out of his crease. Well, he certainly came off of the hand of the batter. And I'd want to have a take a look, or of the bowler rather. I'd want to take a look at that again. Daniel Bagani insists that he was out of the crease. Obviously, the umpire is the only one who gets to make that decision, but he seemed to be convinced that he was out. Now, had he been adjudged to have been out of his crease, it would have been given out. But as it is, it's just a dot ball. So here's the last ball of the 15th. In the air, in the gap, they'll run a single. And that is going to be the end of an interesting passage of play, in which I think you're going to see decisions made to accelerate towards the back end. That is the end of 15. Score after 15 is 108 for 1. Should be a quick water break coming up at the moment. In fact, we do have a water break. So, short break for us as far as cricket is concerned. Now, I have the pleasure of speaking to a couple members of the community. So I'm going to ask you, ma'am, to introduce yourself to everybody.
My name is Brooke Isaacs, owner of the Horseshoe Ice House.
The Horseshoe Ice House. And Brooke, you're with?
JC.
JC Glenn, say who you are.
I'm her niece. There we go.
And sir?
Vance Vesmorowski. Don't even try to spell it.
I'm not even going to try.
It's long.
It's long. But we met because we happened to stumble into your bar, and you saw the writing on our shirts, and you said that, you know what, I've always wanted to go to that place. Tell me why.
I don't know. I was just interested in it. It was curious. I'm from rodeo and horse racing and all that. I was curious.
Now, for those who are in the Prairie View area, the first time I walked into your bar, I was absolutely happy with it. And very frankly, okay, I'm not supposed to be walking into bars. I'm supposed to not be drinking. But that aside,
It's hot.
it's hot. You have to be refreshed. But for people who are close by, who maybe are coming to cricket to watch a cricket match and then want somewhere to relax a little bit afterwards, talk about your bar and why people need to come there.
It's just a family-oriented bar, straight up. And
Coldest air conditioning?
coldest beer in Texas, straight up. And it's, again, family-oriented. You can buy it by the bucket. You can buy it by a single. Beer's all I sell. If you drink liquor or something, you bring your own. I'll sell you a setup. That's just how it goes.
Family-oriented. I will tell you that, we've been there twice. Once last week.
Sorry.
I have to tell you this. I have to tell you this. I've never been at a bar where the owner hugs you when you walk in. I've never had that happen before. Where does that come from? Why is that important?
My mom. I'm from Midland, Texas, and she owned her own business, and my Uncle Jim also owned bars, and he treated everybody like family. She treated everybody like family.
So, if somebody wants to come to your bar, first of all, how do they find you? And then number two, who are they asking for when they get there?
They can ask for me, they can ask for Vance, they can ask for JC, they can ask for Bear, they can ask for Michelle, it doesn't matter. Whoever is behind the bar, how they get there?
225 Business 290 East, Hempstead, Texas 77445.
225 Business 290 East. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're about to have cricket start again.
That's the way a lot of people find it.
Across the street from Brooks and Brothers, you said?
Brookshire Brothers.
Brookshire Brothers.
Okay. Well,
Thank you all so much for coming here. I personally am going to go to your bar every time I'm in town, and I can tell you the feeling that we get when we walk in the door is one that we can all be happy about.
I personally want to thank y'all three. Y'all are awesome. I love y'all to death. Y'all are awesome. And again, family now. Sorry.
Done. Awesome. Great talking to you. So, resetting where we are, hopefully you enjoyed that. Not necessarily the most cricket-oriented conversation, but look, I think it's important to highlight people in the community. Number one, who show an interest in the sport, and number two, who are just genuinely good people. So, Brooke and her team at the Horseshoe Ice House, thank you. You saw that mental block from back there, didn't you? Okay, so the last 5 overs coming up. The score is 108 for 1. Anch Boje 43 from 43, Vihan Mehta 40 from 28, Captain Aryan Satish with the ball in hand to go through the last 5 overs. So buckle up. I think this is going to be a little bit frenetic because both of these batters have full license, I would think. And they will both be looking to accelerate. Stroked down to long off, first delivery of the 16th. That now brings Anch Boje on strike. Open the batting. He's now 43 from 43, so striking it exactly at a strike rate of 100. But 100, I think, is the bare minimum of the strike rate that he'll be looking for from here. Bowling to the lefty and the leg spinner. A swipe and a miss. And that's not going to be no contact made there, so it's going to be something that you want to pay attention to. Precious dot ball for the second delivery. Now the third coming up. Looking to sweep this down the leg side, misses out, but it was behind him, in fact, so it's going to be another wide. Score ticking along now, 110 for 1. So Aryan Satish bowled well so far, but he's going to have to keep this one from going down the leg side. Smoked deep mid-wicket and 6. Goes all the way, and with that 6, Anch Boje gets to 49. 43 now, make that 49 from 45. I mentioned that I thought that his strike rate, the minimum it would be, was 100. Well, he's certainly up above 100 now. And I think you can anticipate him pushing on from there because you would have to think that they have full license, both of these batters. Next delivery. Pushes it through more quickly. Play through the offside. They'll get a single, and Anch Boje gets to 50. So good batting for the young left-handed batter, opening batter. And 50 on the board, but you can guarantee that he'll be looking for a lot more than that. Because it now, I think, is in the position where he's going to be looking to be as aggressive as possible. Now a couple of shifts in the field. Joy now going to deep backward square leg. And Everyone inside the circle is on the circle, and then 5 in the deep. So in full defensive mode here in Texas Skywalkers. Played off the back foot. They say yes, quick run, and it took some time to release that ball, that fielder backward point. Had he released it immediately, there very well could have been an opportunity for a run out. But both of these batters are being very aggressive, not just with regard to their stroke play, but also with regard to how they're running through the opportunities to be able to get runs. Next delivery, short and quick, slapped in the air to deep cover, yet another single. So a productive over. 11 runs coming from that over. 43 from the last 5. Ange Boje 50 from 46, make that 51 from 47. Bian Meta 42 from 30. And the score is 119 for 1. So 119 for 1. A bit of confusion in the field as Texas Skywalkers made a few field changes that they're not happy with. Short and pulled to mid-wicket. A little bit of extra bounce that time extracted out of the surface by Daniel Bagani. So I mentioned a bit of confusion with regard to field placings. A couple of times now it has been the case that Captain Aryan Satish, who is down here at Long On, is barking instructions to his field, and they really do seem very confused. From the outset, it appears as though there is lack of clarity on how they want the field settings. In the air over the top of cover, at least 2. Coming back for the second now. Good strong throw. But it feels like there is confusion as to who needs to be where and why. And you're certainly sensing signs. And umpire Rakesh Jain, I believe, is warning the fielders about how much time they're taking. We'll talk about the consequences of that the way I understand them in a second. Very good delivery, Yorker length. Oh, run out opportunity, that's going to be gone. Absolutely, that's a great piece of fielding. They had been aggressive running between the wickets, and that ball was played directly to that fielder at point, immediately taking off and running. But really a clean piece of work to pick up and immediately fire over the stumps, and that gets another dismissal. So 2 wickets have fallen already. Those 2 wickets have both been via the run-out route. And in fact, both fielders who have been run out, one was run out, or both batters who have been run out. One was run out when the score was 25. The second run out now happens when the score is 122. So very aggressive running, I think, has worked against them in both instances where a wicket has fallen. There's nothing wrong with being aggressive, but when you hit the ball directly to the fielder in the circle and take off running, that's not exactly aggression. That probably qualify more as being suicidal. But very productive partnership, 97-run partnership put on by those two, Wihan Mehta and Ansh Boje. Ansh Boje is still at the wicket. He's going to be joined by the new batter. We'll see who that is. In fact, that is going to be Aryan Tamala. Aryan Tamala and Ansh Boje. Tamala now about to face his first ball. And Ansh Boje is on 42 from 30. 44 from 32. Swipe and a miss outside off. Good delivery. Aryan Tamala now looking to try to capitalize on the start that was provided by the big partnership with Ansh Boje and his captain Wihan Mehta. Played into the offside. That's a better opportunity for a run. It was to the left of that fielder backward point, and so that created the opportunity for him to get a run. So it should just be one ball remaining here in the 16th. Make that the 17th. 4 runs from the over already, so much better over here by Daniel Bagani. And then just one wicket that has fallen via the run-out route. I'll get back to that in just a second. Next delivery, looking to run this one fine. It deflects off of the keeper. It remains to be seen whether or not that was an edge. But they'll get 2 coming back for no. They'll stop at 2. Good strong throw. And in fact, it did come off the bat because there's no signal from umpire Rakesh Jain. So definitely 2 runs. At 2, that takes the score to 125. So 125 for 2 after 17. And by the way, I got it wrong earlier when I mentioned who was out. It's actually Ansh Boje who was out. Run out for 52 from 48, 3 4s and a 6. So at the wicket now is Wihan Mehta along with Aryan Tamala. Wihan Mehta 46 from 33, 4 4s and a 6. Aryan Tamala 1 from 2. So you no longer have the issue with the left-hand, right-hand combination. So that will make you a little bit more settled, I think, as the Skywalkers. But you're now into the back end of the innings. 17 overs bowled, 125 for 2 on the board. So even though there's a new batter at the crease, there's also a very enterprising captain who has shown an ability to play the reverse sweep, to be innovative. So you'll expect that he'll be looking to sort of capitalize on that start that he's had. This is Sagya Babu back into the attack, driven down the ground. That's going to be 6. No, in fact, it doesn't go all the way. It does go for 4. I thought that was going to go for 6 for a second, but bounced a couple times and then made it across the ropes at deep, long off. So 4 to start the 18th over. Sagya Babu back into the attack. 2 overs bowled so far. First 2 overs only went for 14, but 4 runs to start this, his 3rd over. And the score now up to 129. There's a lot of activity all the way around the ground, but you're going to see, I think, these 2 batters pushing on. This is helped into the onside. Tamala doesn't like how he played that. You see the frustration that he hammers his bat into his pad. He thought he could have done more with that. But either way, a long way to go, but I think there's certainly the opportunity to claw yourself out of the situation if you are the Texas Skywalkers. A good few overs here to close things out would be a good thing for them. Looking to go down the leg side. That's going to be wide. And all of a sudden, things are starting to happen that are less than optimal for The Texas Skywalkers not able to get that line the way that they need for it to be. That line obviously needs to be outside the line of off. 3 fielders on the leg side, make that 4 fielders on the leg side, but 5 on the off. So you want to play there. That's in the air. Potential catch here. Good catch. Sprinting in from backward point. That is Rudant Desai. And for a split second, there was some confusion because it did not appear as though anyone had control or was going to call for it. And it certainly didn't hear any call. But Desai came sprinting in and was able to take that at knee height. Good running catch to dismiss the captain. So you've certainly gotten back into the game. The 2 batters who put on that monster partnership of 97 have now been dismissed. And it is now the case that you have 2 relative new batters at the wicket. So the captain goes. Vihan Mehta didn't quite get to his 50. Puts 46 from 34 on the board, 4 fours and a 6. But he was caught, and that does mean that 2 new batters are going to be at the crease going through the back end of this innings. So the equation has changed a little bit. You're now looking at a score of 135 for 3. Four deliveries into the 18th over. So a good enterprising start to this innings is a little bit lost in terms of the momentum that you had. And that momentum is sort of disappearing. And you now have Aryan Tamala, who is at the non-striker's end, is joined by Rochan Vanam. Rochan Vanam now at the crease. And I'm going to be looking to hopefully, for the sake of the TCC Kings, capitalize and try to get back to where they were a couple deliveries ago. But he won't here, knocked him over. Full and straight, going across the line, looking to play that through the mid-wicket area. Probably should have been playing that one in the V. But at the same time, that delivery was a good one, full and straight. And you pay the price when you play across a full and straight delivery. 135 now for 4, because all of a sudden, after a listless, confusing period for the Texas Skywalkers, they appear to be fully back into the swing of things. And with 1 ball remaining here in the 18th, Sagi Ababu is on a hat trick. That was a really good passage of play here for Texas TCC Kings. They had things going. They had the momentum. The Texas Skywalkers were looking a little bit disheveled, a little discombobulated. But all of a sudden, a run out happened, and then immediately after the run out, 2 quick wickets have fallen. And so 3 wickets in the last 2 overs, including 2 in the last 2 balls. And so now Mark Sagiababu is on a hat trick, coming into bowl to Suvir Gudipati. Hat-trick delivery. Oh, half-hearted appeal for a catch behind. I think that was more because of the fact that he wanted the hat-trick than he genuinely thought that there was an edge. No edge audible from here, but a really good over. What a good fight. 134. Make that 131 for 4 after 18. Now this is hammered away over the top, and that goes for 4. Now that is the end of the over. My apologies. Missed that live. But in any event, that boundary to close things out here in the 18th means that the score is now 135 for 4. So 135 for 4. A bit of a mixed bag there for Mark Sagiababu. Conceded 10 runs, which obviously is a higher scoring rate than the team had been scoring throughout. But he did take 2 wickets, the third and fourth deliveries in that over, netting him a couple of wickets. And so now going back to George Adab for over number 19. Loopy, slower delivery, driven into the offside for a single, looking for 2. I don't think there's any realistic possibility of getting 2 there. So they do start out with a single though. So down to the last 11 balls of the innings. And Subir Gudipati and Aryan Tamala looking to sort of recreate the magic that happened in the center of this innings. The steam has been taken out of the attack so far. That one slower delivery again by George Adav. Oh, throw coming in from the offside, thudding into the body of Aryan Tamala, but as they say, no harm, no foul. So Subir Gudipati just now starting to get going. 5 from 3 with a boundary. Here's George Adav again. Slower through the air again. That is hit the short extra cover. Oh my goodness. Boy, shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but they're running for everything. And they are putting the pressure on the fielding side. There's no doubt about that. This is in the air, catchable, and he dropped it. Went all the way there, sprinted some 10 or so yards, made the ground, but not able to hold on to it. The fielder at deep mid-wicket. And then they come back for 2, so that is insult to injury. George Adav unfortunately gives up a couple extra runs. This is pulled to deep mid-wicket again. That's just going to be 1, I think. That is just the 1 delivery there remaining for the over, I believe. And the score coming along more along the lines of what they were looking for a couple of overs ago. George Adav, just a short run up now. Slow, loopy delivery, and it's hit into the onside. That's going to be a single, and that's all they'll get. 1 to close things out in the 19th. End of 19. Score is 142 for 4. So the last 6 balls of the innings, 142 for 4 is the score. Subir Gudipati, 8 from 5, Aryan Tamala, 9 from 7. Slower delivery. This is going to be bowled by Mark Sagiababu, coming in to bowl his last over. Coming back for 2, no opportunity there for the second run. So good start to the over by Sagiababu, making sure that he keeps singles the order of the day. If you can concede 6 singles, I think you'll take that if you are the Texas Skywalkers. 143 for 4. Another 5 balls to go. Slower delivery in the air, catchable and taken. Off the outside edge, a much easier catch this time for Rudant Desai. Off the edge, so it was spinning, so you would have had to be aware of that. But not much difficulty, and just pouched very easily. And so that is the end of the innings for Subir Gudipati. He goes for 8 from 6 balls faced with that 1 boundary. And if you think of this as a boxing match, the last few rounds definitely have gone back in favor of the Skywalkers. 143 for 5 with 2 balls having been bowled in the 20th means that you are in the position where you can sort of try to keep them somewhere around the 150 mark. 150, I think, would be a decent total that you would have accepted as a target when you made the decision to bat or to bowl first. So new batter coming in now is going to be Rohan Sikri facing up to Mark Sagiababu. Slower delivery, punched into the mid-wicket area. I think they'll just settle for one here. And so now all of a sudden, once again, the steam has been gone out of the attack for the most part for the TCC Kings. Rohan Sikri, a single off his first ball, but this is now Tamala again on strike. Driven down the ground for a single. Looking for two, coming back for the second. Oh, that should really not have been 2 runs. They'll get a couple, but you would think that they would have had the opportunity to restrict that to fewer than 2 runs. So 2 more to the total. Now 2 balls remaining in the innings. This is again Sagiababu. Slower delivery, lofted down the ground, hittable, and goes for 4. So very slow, loopy delivery, a slower delivery that ended up just being in the slot. A hit-me ball by Sagiababu and taken advantage of, knocked down the ground for 4. So that brings up the 150. So that psychological barrier has been breached. And now just 1 ball remaining in the innings, and you can expect that the kitchen sink will be thrown at this one by Tamala. Sagiababu, something full and straight, I would think would be what he'd want to bowl. Slower through the air, bang down the ground again. This is going to be 1. They have to come back for 2. The throw coming to the top end. A good looking, strong throw, but they make it without any worries. So 2 runs to close things out here in the 20th. 10 runs coming from that last over. 152 for 5, which means after a short break, the Texas Skywalkers will have to score 153 runs to win the Houston Youth Premier League Fall Classic 2023. So quick look at the scorecard. Ansh Boje, 52 from 48 with 3 fours and a 6. Krish Patel, 18 from 20 with 3 fours. Vihan Mehta, 46 from 34 with 4 fours and a 6. Aryan Tamala, an important cameo toward the back end, 18 from 11. Rochan Vanam was bowled first ball, and Severe Gudipati caught 8 of 6. Rohan Sikri at the end of the innings scored 1 from his 1 ball faced. So that's the end of the over. That's the end of the innings. 153 will be the target when we come back in about 15 minutes. Signing off for the moment from Prairie View. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex for the final time summer season, dealing with the Houston Youth Premier League Fall Classic 2023. For the final time, we will have the start of an innings. And this innings in particular is going to be where the Texas SKYWALKERS attempt to overhaul a score of 153 for victory. They're going to attempt to do that with the opening batters, Ranak Saluja and V.S. Sriman. And bowling from the forest end in an attempt to restrict them is going to be opening pace bowler for the TCC Kings. That's going to be Sahil Lada, right arm fast bowler, and going to be looking to restrict this opening batting side from being able to get away to a fast start. It's going to be important to take wickets, I think. So here we are. Sahil Lada over the wicket. First delivery sails through, and we're on the way. This is going to be an interesting chase. It's a kind of a middling target. It's not low, but it's not entirely high either. So there may be some hesitance by these two opening batters as to whether or not to go for their shots. In other words, you don't have to overhaul a big total. So the question you're asking yourself is, do I go aggressively? Do I maybe go sort of conservatively because it's not a big total? It sort of puts you in two minds as a chasing pair. That can sometimes lead to very tricky chases. Down the leg side, half-hearted appeal. And not given. Went down the leg side, but obviously clipped something on the way through because it was not adjudged to have been a wide. So the first two deliveries are on the way. 2 dot balls. So good start here for Sahil Lada in terms of the results, but he's going to want to find outside the line of off stump. Driven down the ground. That's well played. That's at least a couple. Running straight down to the boundary. Good sliding stop by that fielder running back from mid-on. Does good work there to save 2 runs. Because down the ground, a sliding effort down on the boundary to prevent it from going for 4. But 2 runs, and opening his account is Ranak Saluja. Sahil Lada again. Full toss, hammered away into the deep. Watch the umpire here to see whether or not this is going to be a no ball. It was struck away for 4. I think Sahil Lada can consider himself lucky that was not considered a no ball. A full toss above waist height is an illegal delivery, a no ball. But luckily, I think for Sahil Lada, that was not adjudged to be no ball, and it was just 4 runs. So he's going to have to find that right line and right length. Maybe a little bit of extra adrenaline pumping through the veins, but he's going to have to pull that back. That's a better ball. Thick outside edge and palmed over the goal post. Oh my goodness. That would have been and should have been taken, would have made a big difference in the momentum being generated in this match. Genuinely throwing the bat at that one, and a thick top edge went straight to that fielder backward point, and it carried to him on the full, but not able to take that catch. And I tell you, we'll see what difference that drop makes. They get a single to boot, so 7 from the over so far. And it's a stroke through extra cover, and they'll get a single. In fact, it's fumbled a little bit, but they can't capitalize. So a single, an eventful over. 8 runs coming from that over. And at the end of 1, the score is 8 without loss. 8 without loss. And Arian Tamala will take up the attack coming from the highway end. He'll be bowling right arm over the wicket. Very accurate spin bowler. Bowls often during the power play. Once again, you're in the power play overs here, so only 2 allowed outside the circle. Those 2 are deep and straight, long on and long off. So he's not going to want to bowl anything wide or anything short. Sailing past that edge, delivery starts. Tamala, once again, generally very accurate bowler and able to control things, so much so that he often bowls during the power play. Stroke down the ground. That should just be a single. That's just one down the ground. Needing to score from here, the Texas SkyWalkers at a rate of 7.71 in order to win. They're right now scoring at a rate of 6.75. We'll keep an eye on those 2 numbers. Going by outside the line of off. Dot ball. And so, in looking to see what the field looks like, as I mentioned, long on and long off are straight. So you're going to want to be full, and you're not going to want to have anything going too wide. It's a big swipe and an under edge that does not trickle away far enough to get runs scored. So good economical over on the way. 2 balls remaining and only 1 run has been scored so far. That's a loose delivery. Full and too far outside the line of off. Flashed away through the covers for 4. So nothing too wide is what I mentioned, and you want him to be playing full, or you want the batter to be playing down the ground, but you certainly don't want to bowl anything that wide. When that width is given, then that just affords room for the batter to be able to open his arms, and no protection in the deep square of the wicket on either side. So you're going to have to be able to keep that ball full and straight. That's clipped around the corner for at least 1, and they get that 1. Over in the end, 6 runs coming from it, 14 without loss after 2. Two overs bowled, 14 without losses to score. Ranak Saluja and LiveStream are your openers for the Texas SkyWalkers. This is Sahil Lada back into the attack. Knocked him over. Big swipe and a miss, looking over mid-wicket. Wanting to be just a little too aggressive there, I believe, LiveStream. And again, should have been playing that one much straighter, but looking to drag it to mid-wicket, playing across the line. And he loses his off stump. First blood to the TCC Kings. Texas SkyWalkers are 14 for 1. Well, I think he has that to do over again. He chose a different shot than to play across the line. It's a very straight ball. And obviously it was very straight. At that length and on that line, you really should be playing down the ground and don't want to be looking to drag anything to mid-wicket. Committed the cardinal sin of playing across that one. That's Ranak Saluja after a decent start. but he has now been dismissed. 12 off 10 balls with 2 fours. And all of a sudden, V.S. Sriman is by himself. And look who's coming to join him, though. This is Brishin Qatari. Brishin Qatari coming in at the fall of the first wicket. And you're going to have to be a little bit more careful. As I mentioned earlier, there is some argument to be made about how to approach a chase with a middling sort of score. If you're chasing 240 and you don't have any doubts as to how you need to go, you need to go all guns blazing from the beginning. But chasing 150, 153 in this case, it presents a different challenge because sometimes you have to sort of argue with yourself, do I go full bore immediately? Can I absorb a few deliveries and then take time to plan a more effective chase? And I think that time opening batter 4, the Texas Skywalkers came down on the wrong side of that equation. First delivery. Plays off the back foot into the covers, no run. So Ranak Salujo is the one who I said I think might have just come down on the wrong side of that calculation. Maybe looking to be a little too aggressive to begin with, and ends up losing his off stump. Now Brishin Qatari making a little bit more of a concerted effort to be more conservative, playing it into the covers for no run. Around the wicket now to the left-hander. Outside edge, I don't know whether or not that was intentional, but he will get 4 for it. If you want to be providing or giving credit to the batter, you'll say he opened the face of that one to run it down behind third for 4. In all honesty, from my perspective, it appeared to be an outside edge. Well, you know what? Looking at the replay again, let's give him credit. Maybe he just opened the face and noted that deep third was not in possession. The fielder at backward point was wide. And so that presented an opportunity for him to get a huge gap to access. So 4 runs, he's off the mark. Brishin Qatari. Next delivery. Similar line. This one played off the back foot to backward point for no run. So 2 balls remaining now in the third over. Sahilada, a successful over so far. Picking up the wicket of the opening batter, Ranak Saluja. Played into the offside once again. No run there. So a very good over with 1 ball remaining here for Sahilada. Now it's going to be up to him to close out strongly because you want to get to the point where you are capitalizing on the good start to the over that included a wicket. So here's the last ball of the over. Around the wicket to the left-hander. Looks for the Yorker. Ends up bowling a low full toss. They'll get it. Oh, misfield at mid-off, so they'll get another couple runs. And so a bit of a fumble there, and not really liking that happen. See the irritability in the bowler. Mid-off should have really fielded that, but ends up conceding a couple of runs. 2 runs to close things out in the third. A successful over nonetheless for Sahilada after 3. Score is 20 for 1. 20 for 1. Aaron Tamala with the ball in hand to start his second over, the fourth of the innings. First delivery is defended for no run. Second delivery played back to the bowler himself. So 2-dot balls, a good economical start to the over here. Aaron Tamala, again, a very good bowler. For the most part, is difficult to get away. And bowling inside the power play where there is no margin for error. Dragging this one to square leg. No run there. So 3-dot balls, a great start. The TCC Kings generally have bowled well so far. The required rate is now up to 8.06. 20 for 1 after 3 deliveries of the fourth means that there's only 99 balls remaining. And they need, and struck in the air. Oh my goodness, about the most catchable catch that you'd ever want at the edge of the circle at extra cover. Very simple chance, and it is fluffed. So, my goodness, that's not going to be something that Ronak Saluja is going to be happy with. Went straight to him at a catchable height, head height actually, and burst right through. And it was not struck very powerfully. It was just a simple catch, really. And he's going to want to have taken that. That was a pretty straightforward catch. Now dropping back onto the boundary because they've now changed the plan of attack. The spinner, Tamala, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Biastriman. In fact, my apologies. Around the wicket to the left-handed Vishen Katari. Tossed up, struck down the ground. That's going to go for 4, I believe. Yep. Using his feet to get to the pitch and getting that one on the half volley. So using his feet expertly, skipping down the track, making sure that he had the line covered, and came down in such a way that he was able to maintain control over the shot. Kind of came off the inside edge of the bat, to be fair, but still hitting it well enough that it was too straight for the fielder at mid-on to be able to get to it. So a wicket could have been taken in this over so far, but not only is one not taken, but there is a boundary at the same time. So next delivery, the last ball of the over, coming down, slicing, looking to get a little bit adventurous. A direct hit also at the striker's end, but not going to be a run. Looking to maybe get a little too carried away that time, and a direct hit could potentially have been close, but umpire Altaf Mahesanya deciding that it wasn't. So a little bit of everything happening in that over. A drop, 4, potential run out. All of that leads to 6 runs, and at the end of 4, the score is 26 for 1. So 4 overs bowled, the score is 26 for 1. And TCC Kings bowling well. And Texas Skywalkers need another 127 runs. They need to score them in 102 balls. So bowling change coming from the forest end. This is going to be Severe Gudipati. Right arm over the wicket. Bowling now to the left-handed Vishen Katari. Qatari leading a charmed life. On the last ball of the previous over, I thought that coming down once and then stroking it down the ground and then tried to get greedy. Coming down the second time, very easily could have been out. That ball coming off the outside edge, going toward that backward point area, but it landed safely away from trouble for him. And so, it's now the beginning of a different over, and he may want to reassess where he is and whether or not it's worth it to take that chance. Next delivery looks to cut this away. Cold edge and gone. Looking to guide it away. Remember he did that for the first scoring shot. Ran it off the face down to deep third. Tried to do the same thing again. And this time he gets caught. And in fact, now you see that umpire Mahisania is calling for the water break, because the water break is due at the end of the 5th over. But with this interruption, because of the fall of the wicket, umpires in an attempt to save time are authorized to call for that break now. So we'll take that break along with them. Krishan Qatari, after a fast start, disappears. That is going to be the end of his day with the bat. 11 off 9 with 2 fours. And the score is now 26 for 2. So at the end of the water break, Captain Aryan Satish takes his place at the wicket, joining Bias Sriman. The Texas SKYWALKERS just a little bit in the spot of bother. Lost a couple of wickets in the last couple overs. And now here is Aryan Satish on strike. Bang on target this time, Severe Gudipati, making sure that he does not offer any room outside off stump. Good line, good length, and inducing the defensive shot by the captain. So you're now halfway through the 5th over. 93 balls remaining, and you need another 127 runs. So it's not going to be an easy chase by any chance, and having lost a couple of wickets, that makes it that much more difficult. Aryan Satish off the mark, just dropping that one and running behind point. And B.S. Sriman opened the batting. He is there, batting alongside his captain. He has 3 from 7. Aryan Satish just now off the mark. So 2 relatively new batters. Well, we're still early in the innings, so anybody who's batting now, almost by definition, is relatively new. But a couple of wickets back in the shed will make the TCC Kings feel very confident that they have what it takes to press on toward victory. Oh, looking for a big drive there. Slower through the air, that last delivery. May have just gotten him to swing just a little early. B.S. Sriman getting that under edge. So 1 ball remaining. This is a good spell of bowling by the TCC Kings, and specifically by Savir Gudipati. 1 run from the over so far and has already taken a wicket. So we'll see how well he closes out here. And the last ball of his first over, a successful first over already. Just looking to make sure that he closes out strong. Stroked down the ground, should just be a single. In fact, wide of mid-on is where it ends up. 2 runs and a wicket from over number 5 for Savir Gudipati and the TCC Kings. After 5, the score is 28 for 1. For 2, apologies. Bowling change as well from the highway end of the ground. This is going to be Anch Boje. He's going to be bowling to B.S. Sriman. Anch Boje is a right arm finger spinner. In fact, he may be a leg spinner. We'll see his action just shortly. Yep, definitely spin down the ground. It's going to be at least a couple. And in fact, just now going all the way for 4. Diving effort down here. Great effort by Sahil Lada, but not able to prevent that one from going across the rope. You like to see that commitment in the field. Ball lofted down the ground, and Sahil Lada running back from mid-on. Got close to it, but not able to prevent it from going over the ropes for 4. So Ant Boje starts out with a boundary. Now a change in the field, as this is Aryan Tamala, who's back here now at long on. Next delivery. Trying to go off the back foot, trying to play through that backward point area, not successful. Ange Boje with that very unique, maybe not quite unique, very uncommon action where at the point where he releases the ball, his head is facing directly downward as opposed to looking at the trajectory of the ball. There. Lofted in the air, catchable, Aryan Tamala, and takes it easily. My goodness. Looking to accelerate, lofted down the ground via Sriman. And it was well judged by Aryan Tamala, making about 10 or so yards to his left and then catching it with ease. So you saw an easy drop earlier in the match at cover, extra cover. This one was not dropped at all. It was judged beautifully by Tamala. And that is the wicket that they needed the most. 3 are down now. The score is now 32 for 3, if you can believe it. It is now the case that Aryan Satish, who's been there for all of 2 deliveries, is now the senior partner. And he's now in the position where, as captain, he's going to have to sort of try to dictate things from the way they are now. So, a new batter coming in is going to be Akhilesh Balan. Akhilesh Balan coming out to join his captain. It really was a well-judged catch. Came running in, and it's never easy to catch a cricket ball while running in. And you'll see that just the ability to take a catch like that can sometimes lift the spirits of a team. Also, a little bit of a byplay there. You saw or heard a few comments from a couple of the supporters from the Texas Skywalkers when he was in the process of running in to take that. So after he took the catch, he turned and gestured toward those supporters as if to say, yeah, that did not distract me at all. So 32 for 3. 3 balls remaining here in the 6th. A successful over already for Anj Boje. Tossed up, well defended.
That's it.
And 4 from the very first delivery of this over, but since then Anj Boje has bowled well. 3 dot balls, one of which was a wicket. So he's done well pulling things back from that loose delivery to start with. Next delivery. Oh, looking to go off the back foot. 1 ball remaining as that attempted shot is missed outside the line of off. And momentum is shifting. You can certainly shift or sense the shift in momentum. 1 ball remaining here in the 6th. So you're about to be out of the power play. So you can be more defensive if you want to as a fielding side. But having gotten through the power play with only 32 runs on the board, that's a good thing. In the air toward wide of long on. That's good work by Tamala down there to be able to keep that to 2 runs. So 6 runs coming from the over. Good over, 6 runs and a wicket. And in fact, that is the end of the power play. After 6, the score is 34 for 3. .34 for 3. Severe Gudipati with the ball in hand, coming back for his 2nd over. A successful first over for him. Bowling to Aryan Satish. That's a good drive into the outfield for a single. Severe Gudipati's first over went for 2 runs and he took a wicket. So a tremendous over on his part. First delivery here in this over goes for a single. And that now brings Akhilesh Balan on strike. Right-handed batter facing up to Severe Gudipati. That one's staying a little low, and in fact it's fumbled. As Dinesh not able to pick up cleanly there, but they were always going to get a single in any event. So didn't really hurt himself with that fumble. So this is good bowling by Severe Gudipati. 2 deliveries and 2 singles. Next delivery, slower, loopy delivery, and it's played into the outfield. They should just get 1. Do they come back for 2? No, sprint back for 2. the throw coming into the bowler's end, and they get there without much fuss. So commitment to running, I think, is a major component of this chase if it ever develops that way. Because if you tell yourself that you're going to be aggressive, you don't necessarily have to go for every run, but just have the fielding side on their heels because they think that you're going to be looking more aggressive. Sometimes that can create opportunities. And this is just going to be a single punch down the ground. So outside of the power play, you can be a lot more defensive. There is a fielder sweeping in the covers. There's a deep mid wicket. There's a long on and a long off. So 4 outside the circle and 5 inside. Make that 4 inside. So we'll miss somebody outside. Slashed in the air but safely through the covers. It should just be 1. That's all they'll get. Okay, so I see where the other person now. They were a little bit shielded, but so you have a bit mid wicket, long on, long off, deep cover. Next delivery. Oh, plays defensively. They'll get a single here. They'll squeeze it back past the bowler. 1, 2. They're not going to get 2, but they do get to 100. Or they do get a single. That is the end of the over. 8 runs coming from that over. Over number 7 at the score of 7. The score is 42 for 3.
Next over.
So 41 for 3. My apologies. I think I said 42 for 3 a second ago. In fact, the score is 41 for 3. Another 112 runs needed in 78 balls. The required rate now 8.6. This is Ansh Boje to continue. In the air, didn't quite carry. It was in the air for a while though. That will keep Ansh Boje interested. The required rate slowly ticking upward. So they are scoring Skywalkers at the rate of 5.72 and over. The required rate is 3 runs more than that. Required rate 8.73. So certainly the opportunity is there to score runs, but they have to be mixing caution with aggression. Down the leg side, they should get a wide. They get 1, they'll come back for a second. So that's going to be 3 to the total. Yep, there's a signal from umpire Rakesh Jain.
You're bowling this well. Why are you trying to bowl that?
Aryan Satish on strike. Aryan Satish 6 from 7. Next delivery.
Easy.
Ansh Boje conceding 3 runs already from this over, but those 3 were from that wide and the 2 additional runs that were run from it. So nothing yet off the bat. His first over cost 6 runs, but he did take a wicket. Worked away into the leg side. Should just be 1 though. Yep. So everything to play for. Championship is on the line, and it's going to require a calm, steady approach by the Texas Skywalkers if they're going to put themselves in a position to win this. One or two more wickets now could really make things interesting. Next delivery, flash and a miss, looking to drag this one from outside off onto the leg side. So certainly not something that you want to have happen. Balls are not something that you can absorb at this stage. You need to figure out a way to keep the scoreboard ticking. Almost 9 runs and over needed from here now. So nowhere near desperation stage yet, but you do have to start thinking about being aggressive outside the line of off. Not too far outside the line of off, not punished by umpire Rakesh Jain. So just 2 balls remaining now in the 8th. Here's Boche. Down the ground, good looking shot. Tamala has it covered. Good pickup and a throw. A lot of work to do out here at Iron Tamala. Done very well. So that is the end of the over. At the end of 8, score is 46 for 3. So 46 for 3, another 107 needed from 66 balls. The captain, Vihan Mehta, brings himself on. Now bowling from the Forest end. He's going to be bowling to Akhilesh Balan. Akhilesh Balan, 5 from 8. Captain Aryan Satish, 7 from 9. So a little bit of work needed to be done here to be able to drag this game toward respectability for both of these sides, because from here, I'm sure either side feels like they're in with a chance. Here's Vihan Mehta. Tossed up, sliced off the outside edge of the bat, but that will get a couple. Just jogging through for that second run. That's certainly something to pay attention to. That was sliced, and he's a leg spinner, Vihan Mehta, so he's able to get that ball threatening the outside edge of the bat. Tossed up, full toss. That's a man down at deep mid wicket, and that's all they'll get is that single. Delivery, tossed up, played through the offside for another single. So Vihan Mehta conceding singles, perfectly fine if you're him. What he's trying to do is restrict the scoring. Tossed up slow through the air. There's the leg spinner going past the outside edge. Good couple of deliveries, by the way. That last stroke bringing up the 50. Tossed up again. Thick outside edge, catchable. Oh, what a spectacular catch. Boy, well, you tell you what, you saw him drop a simple catch earlier on. In fact, that's a different fielder. Anch Boje is who made that spectacular catch, but there was an earlier catch dropped in the covers. This one was much more difficult. Anch Boje running backward and a diving attempt, catching that over his shoulders. Absolutely never easy to catch a ball running backward and diving over your shoulder. But he manages it with great ease, and that now leads to a fall of another wicket. Wickets falling with some regularity, which is a worrying sign if you're with the Texas Skywalkers. One ball remaining here in the ninth. And the score is now 50 for 4. So things get that much tighter. Still need 103 runs. 103 runs that are needed in 67 balls. So required rate now all the way up to 9.2. Well, this is going to be Mark Sagiababu. And looking at the screen, it appears as though there are a number of number 23s. There's Cheyenne Chakraborty, who's 23, as is Mark Sagiababu, as is Aryan Satish. So 3 number 23s inside, 2 of them now at the wicket, Mark Sagiababu and Aryan Satish. And this should be the last ball of over number 9. Sagiababu ready and awaiting this delivery from Vihan Mehta. Captain striking early in his first over. Slowly tossed up in the air. Catchable again? No, it's going to land safely. And it goes all the way over to deep mid-wicket, deep cover. It looks like Aryan Tamala down there who was able to retrieve that one. So a successful over though. Really successful over. 2 runs coming from it. But the fall of a wicket is also the result. 6 runs from the over at the score. And at the end of 9, the score is 26. Make that 52 for 4. So 52 for 4 after 9. Texas Skywalkers chasing 153 are in a battle with the TCC Kings because they need another 101 runs from the next 66 balls. And this is now into the attack, Rochan Vanam. Rochan Vanam, number 23, bowling from the highway end. Bowling to the captain, Aryan Satish, who has to take the responsibility now. It's on his shoulders, you get the sense. Aryan Satish, 8 from 10. So hasn't been at the wicket very long and hasn't appeared to want to hit big. At least there's no reason to hit big just yet. First delivery to him, stroking it down the ground. It should just be 1. Good clean pickup. Well done, Aryan Tamala. Good work in the outfield. Generally fields at long on and long off. You can tell where the most athletic fielders are because that's where you expect that the ball will go. You want to put, as they used to say, put your sprinters in the outfield. And Aryan Tamala has had a lot of work to do in the outfield, but is handling it very, very well. Next delivery. Oh, staying a little low, but somehow working it behind square on the leg side. And there you see the signal from umpire Rakesh Jain to signal that that was a leg bye. So Rachan Banam, right arm over the wicket. Full, sliced away in the air. Good work in the outfield there, like on the edge of the circle. That's just going to be another single. Aaron Satish, Mark Sagya Babu, both at the wicket now. As I said, Aaron Satish may be very important here, I would think. Full, driven back to the bowler for no run. So on to the last two balls before we have another water break. I suspect that this next water break will be a time where a reassessment needs to be made for the Texas Skywalkers. Short, played into the offside. Extra cover has it. No run. One ball remaining. 2 runs from the over so far, one of which was wide. So this is a really good over in progress by Rochan Banam. And his only goal now is to finish strongly. Right arm over the wicket, bowling to Sagya Babu, and that's played into the offside. Pretty straightforward, and just gets a single there. So good over, 3 runs coming from the over. At the end of the over, that should be time for water break. Yep, they're coming onto the field, and in the meantime, we'll be back as soon as we can. About 5 minutes, we'll be right back. Last 10 overs are upon us. 55 for 4 is the score. This ball is struck in the air and caught. So another wicket goes down. And I'll tell you what, this game has changed entirely because that was struck in the air. Extra cover in that exact region. And if I am not mistaken, we'll confirm who the catcher is in just a second, but that does appear to be Sahil Lada. If it is Sahil Lada, then he is the one who had a drop earlier in the innings or earlier in the chase. If that's the case, he has redeemed himself, but either way, regardless of who caught it, that is the 5th wicket down. So 1 delivery into the second half of this innings. We already have a wicket. Half of the side is back in the hutch for the Skywalkers. And now they're in, I think, a little bit more of a shaky position than they would have imagined. Coming to the wicket now is going to be Vrudant Desai. Aryan Satish is still there, but he's starting to run out of reliable partners because he's 10 from 12. He has not looked in any way to be bothered by the bowling, and he's just been happy to pick singles up, which I think at this stage is an important component of the approach. But having lost as many wickets as they have, you sort of have to ask the question, does he need to start taking the bull by the horns and being a little bit more assertive? The over, or the required rate, is now 9.97, so that absolutely factors into things. They're scoring right now the rate of 5.41 and over, so essentially they have to double their scoring rate. And with 59 runs to go, make that 59 balls to go, still need another 98 runs. So this is Captain Vihan Mehta, who is back into the attack for his second over and immediately takes a wicket. Tossed up, driven wide of mid-on for a quick single. But this is absolutely scintillating work by the TCC Kings. I think they did well to get to where they ended up with a score, even though for a while they appeared to be on track for a score higher, like probably in the 160s. But as of right now, they're fighting well to be able to get themselves in a position to try to squeeze the life out of the Texas Skywalkers. Captain Aryan Satish just punching that one down the ground for another single. So as I said, he, as of this stage, has been content to just push the ball down the ground and take singles. Nothing that he's done so far has looked like any rush. Ooh, that's a quicker delivery down the leg side, but the line goes wrong. I don't mind the quicker delivery. That certainly was a surprise ball. And tell you what, a good piece of keeping also. It's Dinesh behind the stumps, doing well to go down the leg side and collect that one. Next delivery, tossed up. And that's going to be close to a wide, but not given by umpire Altaf Maesania. So now just 2 balls remaining, a successful over so far. 3 runs coming from it. Tossed up, really tossed up, stroked into the extra cover area. Quick throw to the non-striker's end. Couldn't prevent that single. And so now just 1 ball remaining. 11 overs will have been completed after this ball. So after this ball, 54 balls will have been left and another 94 runs needed. So I'll tell you what, they're starting to fall behind now, the Skywalkers. Looking to dab that one behind point as the captain misses out, so that's another dot ball. That dot ball brings the required rate to 10.4. So they're digging a hole for themselves, the Skywalkers. They need another 94 in 9 overs. They're going to have to start doing something about accelerating toward the end. End of 11, score is 59 for 5. Make that 60 for 5. First delivery of the 12th over is punched into the offside for no run. This is going to be Rochan Vanam to continue. Bowling from the highway end. 1 over so far, none for 3. But keeping that scoring rate down, I think, is the only thing he needs to be worried about now. Loftus over the top goes into the outfield for a single. So once again, that required rate will now be adversely impacted not only by dot balls but also by singles, because you're looking right now at a rate of almost 2 runs off of every ball needed the rest of the way. You need another 92 runs, need them in 52 deliveries. Swipe and a miss, and so therefore any time that you have a dot ball, it makes the required rate go up, but if you have a single, it also makes the required rate go up. So the Skywalkers are going to have to start thinking now about some sort of strategy to accelerate. Now you have to be careful because 5 wickets are down, so you don't want to be reckless, but they certainly are in the position where they're going to have to start attacking. This is lofted in the air, not going to get to it. It stayed in the air a very long time. The fielder at deep mid wicket was not able to get there. Came running in, but I think that's Krish Patel who was out there not able to quite get to it. And to the extent that you almost had another wicket, his heart would have been in his mouth there after he played that shot, Aryan Satish, but thankfully for him, made it to the other end without trouble. Oh, tries the delayed cut and ends up just running it to short third for a single. So the last couple of shots that you've seen Aryan Satish play, I think, provides an indication to the urgency that he's starting to feel, because he was very content just pushing the ball down the ground looking for singles, but he's no longer looking to do that. It feels like he's being more aggressive in looking to find ways to score. And I think that's an indication of the urgency with which he's taking this situation. And that's a ball outside the line of off stump, not going to be given as a wide. So 4 from the over. Required rate now up to 11.13. 12 overs bowled, 64 for 5. .64 for 5. Vihan Mehta to continue. Bowled really, really well so far. 2 overs, 2 for 10. Reverse sweep by Aryan Satish, and he gets by backward point, so should be at least 2. In fact, they'll get there easily now. I think that's all he'll want. For a split second, I thought he might have wanted more, but I think Aryan Satish is going to want to be the one who faces the majority of the batting from here. Only batting with the tail to come, 5 down. And in terms of where batting is going to come from, batting prowess, you would think that the captain himself is the last big bat in the lineup. Tossed up. Dabs it into the offside for a single. So I mentioned that each single makes the required rate go up, but it also means that if there's a choice between a single and a dot ball, then you absolutely have to take the single, because you want that clock to keep moving. You want the scoreboard to keep ticking. Next delivery as everybody comes in. Oh, look at that ball turn past the outside edge. A PO is going to be given. Is given, I believe, as there was probably a caught behind, because it was either a caught behind or it was clean bowled, because the decision came from Altaf Mehesania, the standing umpire, so it was not a stumping. Tossed up. Oh yeah, going by, kissed the outside edge of that off stump, and that is another wicket down. So 67 for 6. And this is now a case truly where the Texas Skywalkers are slipping deeper and deeper into the mud. Looking at it live was hard to pick up off of the bat, but it did appear as though that ball turned, and at first I thought the keeper, because after he collected it, Dinesh actually whipped the bails off, but the off bail had already come off, and looking at the replays, because that delivery that spun viciously past the outside edge just kissed the outside edge of the bat. So 6 wickets are down, and all of a sudden this is Daniel Bagani who's coming into bat, and I tell you what, Daniel Bagani is going to have to imitate his older brother Ryan Bagani, because his team needs a huge assist from where they are right now. It's going to be difficult to get to where they get to without both ends showing the ability to score runs. Aryan Satish warming up. He's 17 from 19, but he's going to have to do it with a partner, and this partner, Daniel Bagani, who is definitely known as a good bowler. His brother has a reputation as being a big hitter, well deserved, I might add. Daniel Bagani is going to have to be able to bring something to the party with the ball, with the bat rather. Bowled well with the ball, but he's now going to be asked to do something with the bat. Look at that googly appeal for LBW and gone. That was a googly. It came back in towards Daniel Bagani. He is disappointed, but he's not going to, that's not going to make a difference, because he is going to have to go. A delivery turning in from outside the line of off stump. Looking at that replay, trapped him on the crease, on the back foot, and that absolutely, for me, looks tone dead. So Daniel Bagani, unfortunately for him, only faces 1 ball, does not trouble the scorers, and all of a sudden Vihan Mehta is on a hat trick, and the Texas Skywalkers are in deep, deep trouble. So the third of number 23s coming to the wicket now. This is Roshan Vanam, I believe. But things get more and more difficult here for the Texas Skywalkers. They only have 44 more balls, and they need 86 runs. 67 for 7. The new batter, I believe, is Roshan Vanam. We'll confirm that as soon as we get it. Once again, there's 3. In fact, it's Shayan Chakraborty. Shayan Chakraborty is going to be tasked with saving the hat-trick ball. That is his immediate job, but beyond that, he's going to have to be conscious of the run rate that's required. So now 2 slips in position, only 1 man in the deep at mid-wicket, everybody else inside the circle. Here's the hat-trick ball, tossed up, and it gets past the keeper. They'll get a couple of free runs here. These should be byes. They'll get 2, that's probably all they'll get. As you see the signal there coming from umpire Mahisania. So disappointing to not have gotten a hat trick, and then in fact combining that disappointment with having conceded 2 byes. But 2 wickets in the over so far, just 5 runs coming from it with 1 ball remaining. Vihan Mehta has done really well so far, and to the extent that he's needing to continue turning the screws on the Texas Skywalkers, the captain of the TCC Kings has done exactly that. Here's the last ball. Tossed up, stroked to mid-off for no run. Absolutely scintillating over by Vihan Mehta. 6 runs coming from it, but 2 wickets taken. At the end of 13, the score is 70. Make that 69 for 7. Well, it is now exactly that point in the match where the runs required are exactly double the number of balls remaining. 84 runs required, 42 balls remaining. 69 for 7 is where the Skywalkers are. And TCC Kings, it feels like, are on the verge of what would be an impressive victory. This is going to be Rochan Banam again. Full and lofted down the ground, and that goes all the way for, oh, it appeared to be 6. It appeared to be 6. That certainly looked like it was going to be 6, and there's the signal now. It goes all the way from here. It appeared to have been 6, but the fielder, Aryan Tamala, was signaling to the umpire that was 4. Aryan Satish has gotten the memo. He has to go. He has to be the one who goes. And so a 6 off the first ball to me is an indication that he understands the seriousness of the situation. He has to be the one to take the attack. Tried the scoop shot, doesn't work. And it goes by through to the keeper for a precious dot ball. So watch Aryan Satish here, because once again it has to be him who has to take charge. Don't think he can rely on anybody else in the batting lineup to do it. Yes, everybody has a bat in their hand at the other end, but if you're looking most likely to score big, it has to be Aryan himself. Single here, just punching the ball into the covers for that single. Now this is going to be Shayan Chakraborty, who's going to be asked, I think, just to get bat to ball. You don't necessarily have to hit big, and if you get a single, obviously you can get the strike back to your captain. But more than anything else, you cannot eat up any dot balls, and he's faced 2 deliveries so far and has yet to score. There's this off the back foot, good looking shot. He'll get a couple here, and easily coming back for the second. Good strong throw. Look at that beautiful throw from the outfield. But 2 runs, you absolutely will take those 2 runs. Because a little bit of a fight back here now by the Texas Skywalkers. 9 from the over so far. They need to be going at the rate of 12 and over. 11.84 from here to be exact. And so 2 runs coming for, or 2 balls remaining in the over. Still 9 runs have already scored. So just need to put bat to ball. Plays into the offside. Quick throw to the striker's end. Aryan Satish is home. 10 from the over. So what happens from this last delivery? Once again, this is going to be the captain himself, and he's going to be tasked with cashing in some way from this last delivery. Bowling coming from the other end is Captain Vihan Mehta, so he's been difficult to get away. You have to score here. Oh, look at this. Pulls out of the run-up, probably to see whether or not Shayan Chakraborty was inching his way down the pitch.
Hey, watch out. Watch out. Don't make the short fine.
Rochan Banam into his 3rd over. One delivery remaining in this 3rd over. Here it is. In the air, catchable. Is that the match? The captain himself is done. Aryan Satish looking to accelerate, wanting to get something there at the end of the last over, or the last ball of the last over, but only ending up chipping a pretty simple catch into the covers, taken pretty easily. And that may just be, I would say, the last rites being administered. It's probably something close to that. You still have Joy Jadav, who is now coming in, and one more to come after him. But in all honesty, it feels like the chances of the Texas Skywalkers winning this match went away with the dismissal of Aryan Satish. Played well, but I think maybe if he had to do over again, I think he'd want to start pressing forward and being a little bit more aggressive, maybe just a touch earlier. A couple of overs earlier might have been appropriate. But in any event, that is the end of the over. And at the end of 14, the score is 79 for 8. So the first delivery of over number 15 is played behind point for a couple, and then the second delivery, almost a catch there to mid-wicket, but they get a single. So 3 runs taken from the first 2 balls. But again, you get the sense that the head of the snake might have been cut off with what happened on the last ball of the previous over, where the captain himself, Aryan Satish, was dismissed. So now, tossed up. Oh, that one came back in. That was a googly. Bowling such a good spell here, Vihan Mehta. And Joy Jadav, right-handed batter, on strike, and he's going to have to wield the long handle if they have any chance. Tossed up, looking to help this around the corner, not able to get anything on it. Couple of dot balls. 3 runs from the over so far. So once again, the required rate starting to get out of control. It's now north of 13. Dabbed behind square, quick single. Good opportunity there to get a single, but you're going to have to do it in more than singles at this stage. Shayan Chakraborty, 6 from 6. He's now on strike, and Joy Jadav getting off the mark with that single. But still a long way away from victory. 31 balls remaining and still 70 runs to get. So you can do the math and see what the likelihood is there of them getting it. And only 2 wickets in hand at the same time. So 13.5 is the required rate. Last delivery of Vihan Mehta's spell. Tossed up. What a beautifully spinning delivery, going away past the outside edge. That is a brilliant spell, in my mind, a match-winning spell. 4 for 17 from his 4 overs. The captain bowling brilliantly. And at the end of 15, a water break coming up, our last water break of the entire tournament. The score is 83 for 8. The Skywalkers need another 70 in 30 balls. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex for the final 5 overs, at least the final scheduled 5 overs of this tournament and this match. Texas Skywalkers, however, are staring down the barrel of defeat. They need another 70, and they need them in 5 overs, and 8 wickets are down. So the equation all kinds of wrong for the Skywalkers, and this is going to be Roshan Banam again, lofted in the air, catchable. Oh, right into the bread basket and out. Should have been the 9th wicket down. A pretty straightforward catch by the sweeper. Not able to take that catch. Once again, that's a pretty straightforward catch that should have been taken, but ends up just being a single because it went right in, absolutely straight to him. He judged it well, saw it the entire way, not able to get anything for it though. So that's a single down the ground, or a single to that fielder as a result of the drop catch. And now comebacker that is fielded by Roshan Banam. Roshan Banam 3.2 overs so far, 1 for 18 are his figures. Next delivery, looking to go big, missing out on that opportunity. Half-hearted appeal for a catch. Oh, they're going to be able to steal a run, are they? Oh my goodness, they do steal a run, but it almost could have been a run out. First, it was an attempted run out at the keeper's end, keeper underhanding the ball toward the stumps, and then at the striker's end, also could have been a run out, but not given. So either way, they get a couple of, in fact, 2 runs from the over so far. One, which I believe that last one should have been a bye had it not been signaled by the umpire. I haven't seen a signal, but I think that was a bye. But 3 balls remaining in this over number 16. Swing and a miss. And this game slipping away from the Texas Skywalkers because now they need 68 and they need them in 26 runs. 68 runs needed from 26 balls. And they are a very long way away from victory, one thinks. In the air, that's well struck. That's going to be 4. Over the top of mid-off inside the circle. And that's well struck by George Adav, goes away for 4. They need a whole lot more of those. And 1 more ball remaining here in the 16th. 6 runs now coming from the over so far. And they need to be able to, in some way, change the conversation to put the pressure back on the TCC Kings. In fact, they're a long way from doing that. This next delivery, the last delivery of over number 17, or 16 rather, goes by without anything happening. A wave and a miss outside the line of off stump. 6 runs coming from the over. 29 runs from the last 5 at the end of over number 16. The score is 89 for 8. Last 4 overs coming up. Aryan Tamala back into the attack. In the air for a while. Good pickup at cover. My goodness, a direct hit there would have seen the back of Sharon Chakraborty. But they do get a single. George Adav on strike now. George Adav has 6 from 7. Sharon Chakraborty 8 from 10. There's Tamala again. Lofted down the ground, catchable. Dropped. Boy, there have been so many drops today. And not only is it a drop, it goes away close to the boundary. I think that might have just gone for 4. No signal from the umpire yet. Nope. It's just going to be 2 runs. So this match could already effectively have been over. There have been 2 drops in the last 2 overs. If had both of those catches been taken, we would have already been shaking hands and telling everybody congratulations. Slower through the air, under edge, and gets by the keeper. They'll get 1. So, looking at the remaining deliveries, 21 balls remaining, another 60 runs needed. Effectively now needing to score at the rate of 17 runs and over. Pretty sure that's not going to happen. Slowly tossed up, pulled away into the deep. That's going to be 4. A positive shot. Definitely pulled away for 4, but they need a whole lot more where that came from. That 4 gets them to 97. They need another 56 in the last 20 balls. So just 2 balls remaining now in the 17th over. Happy to be joined here in the commentary area by the young all-rounder Ishan Malpane. Ishan, 20 balls remaining, 56 runs required. You're at the wicket. What's your approach?
Well, my approach is just like what Shayan Chakraborty did. He moved to an off-spinner and played. My idea would try to get a little finer because there's nobody down there and their fielder's at 30.
Okay, so a dot ball here. So you still need another 56. You're down to 19 deliveries. This should be the last ball of the over. Aryan Tamala stroked 2 extra cover, no run, potential run out, but he did get back in time, Joy Jadav. So that's the end of the over. 8 runs coming from the over, a mildly productive one, but they need a whole lot more where that came from. 18.67 is the required rate from here. They're only scoring at the rate of 5.71. Score after 17 is 97 for 8.
Sun on like a metal platform. It's gonna boil.
So 97 for 8. About to start over number 18 is Subir Gudipati. Gudipati has bowled. This is his second spell. He's already come in and bowled 2 overs, 1 for 9. So good bowling by him. And just really looking at this stage to apply the last rites, because the Texas Skywalkers realistically are out of this match. This is Joy Jadav. Slashes this and it goes to short third. A good piece of fielding. Done well to prevent it from going away. So to the extent that you need to put bat to ball, that's a good thing that Joy Jadav is swinging his bat the way that he is, but a long way from having this be anything other than a pretty straightforward victory for the TCC Kings, who I think batted well, or at least well enough. They probably wanted more runs than they ended up getting, but so far they've shown the ability to make it stand up. Slash and a miss outside off, so another dot ball. So what are you looking at now?
We're looking at least a good amount of runs that they need to score. and very little balls. And Cheyenne's moving away, which is a little weird. I would move towards it and try to get it a fine leg. There's no fine leg fielder, and he's bowling fast. So that's what I'm thinking, though.
Interesting thought. In fact, he was listening to you because that's exactly what he tried to do. Walk across to the offside, looking to scoop it to fine leg. Dot ball. Missed out on the attempted scoop, though. So at this stage, you have to manufacture runs. You absolutely have to look for ways to find or be creative. But in the end, it doesn't matter at this stage. You're looking now at 55 runs in the next 15 balls. Essentially, you need a 4 off of every ball. And without the ability to hit big, that's a good looking shot, but straight to deep mid wicket. In fact, straight to deep square leg. Pretty straightforward in the end, just a single. And so with 2 balls remaining, another 54 runs needed, 14 balls total. Okay, let's play a game. What is going to happen first? Is it going to be that they're all out or that 20 overs are bowled?
20 overs.
So you think they'll treat this like a test match and just batting practice, bat the rest of the way? In the air, catchable. Oh, another drop. Well, this is probably the 5th drop that we've had in this innings. The 2nd time that George Adolf himself has been dropped. And that is a single to boot. 1 more ball remaining.
To add on, that was 3rd in the past 3 overs.
3rd in the past 3 overs. Thank you for highlighting that. By the way, that brings up 100 with that drop and the subsequent single. Last ball of the 18th. Here's the delivery. Tries the scoop. This time it comes off, and that's going to run away for 4. Very innovative. Well, Ishan, you called for it, and you finally get your scoop shot. 4 runs.
I mean, I am happy, but I shouldn't be. They should still try, because I don't think they're going to keep a fine leg still. And when they move the fielder, then you can start playing in other places.
So down to the last 2 overs, 49 runs needed. Probably not much intrigue left in this match. George Adav is on 11 from 11. Cheyenne Chakraborty is 17 from 17, so both batters striking it at exactly 100. 19th over about to be bowled. I believe this is going to be Tumala who is going to bowl the 19th over. And in fact, it is Tumala handing the cap to umpire Altaf Maisania. Not a lot of intrigue left, has to be said. And I'm not sure what the hesitation would be. And then umpire Altaf Maisania, not only is he upset about the fielder coming on or the additional member of the batting side coming on the field, but he's also concerned with him running right across the pitch. And I'm not sure why you'd feel the need to do that. Something that, of course, is not done. You cannot inadvertently or on purpose walk across the pitch in that way. The umpires will get very cross with you. Struck through the offside for a single.
And on the other finals, AA Sports versus Skywalkers. Skywalkers took so Skywalkers batted nicely, got off to a good start, and Dinesh Pantagani and Angus finished it off. And right now, Skywalkers are in a great position, taking all the main wickets of AA Sports and are now bowling, just trying to finish the game off. The AA Sports still needs a lot of runs left, and hopefully one Skywalker team will actually win the final, because it looks like this one won't.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Coming back for a second, do they know? Driven down the ground for a single. So this match, probably similar to the other match that you're describing with AA Sports and Skywalkers in the junior division. is taking on the feel of a practice match because the intrigue is essentially gone. Skyer, nobody's going to be there, I don't think. Lands in no man's land. Coming back, no, not going to come back for the second. So 107 for 8. Another 46 needed in 8 balls. Yeah, that's not going to happen from here. 35 runs needed, or 35 rate is what they need to score at. In other words, they need to hit a 6 off of every ball from here. And in all likelihood, that will not happen. Oh, potential opportunity here for a run out, as that's going to be a leg by, I believe. Nope, no signal from umpire Maisania, so that obviously came off the bat. 1 ball remaining here in the 19th. 45 runs adrift of the Texas Skywalkers and essentially going through the motions at this point. Here's the last delivery. Right in the block hole, a swipe and a miss by George Adav. That is the end of over number 19. 1 ball will make that 1 over remaining. And then clearly we will celebrate what I think is going to be a successful campaign for the TCC Kings. Batted again well enough. Did enough to put a challenging target on the board. And then took wickets at regular intervals, such that by the time the middle of the match was here, half of the wickets had already been taken. And now, one by one, the remaining batters have all succumbed to the accuracy and the proper pace and the proper spin of this really varied bowling attack for the TCC Kings. So the last over of the day, the last over of the tournament is going to be bowled by Rohan Sikri. Rohan Sikri, right arm over the wicket, whipped away behind fine leg, that goes away for 4. Having a little bit of fun. Rohan Sikri has not yet bowled in this match, and clearly it's essentially an opportunity to say you can bowl this over with no pressure. Even if you give up 6 sixes, it's still a victory for us. So you'll accept that if you are Rohan Sikri. You don't have to worry about being hit, because even if you do get hit, it does not matter. There is only 41 runs needed and only 5 balls remaining. So even if you get hit for 5 sixes, you still win by 10 runs. So a little bit of a delay for the ball to come back, as we've said this entire weekend. Every time the ball goes into that area, there's always a chance that it can get lost. The topography of the Prairie View complex is such that the cricket fields, this field in particular, sits on a higher plane than the surrounding area after it. Struck right back past the bowler, almost had a cotton ball opportunity. Should just be a single though. And that single means that there's just 4 balls remaining in this match. Comprehensive victory, all but assured for the TCC Kings. For what it's worth, Texas Skywalkers need another 40 from 4 balls. Make that 39 needed from 4 balls. Struck in the air, wide off, mid-off. Coming across and limiting the damage there to 1 run. Once again, just going through the last rights. TCC Kings with a very impressive performance here today. And so far in the Houston Youth Premier League Fall Classic 2023, they've shown an ability to truly turn the screws when needed. That is a single down the ground, so yet another delivery away from being finished with this match. Just want to take a second to thank everyone associated with the production of this tournament. Of course, the HYPL staff, looking for a scoop, missing out on that. HYPL staff and volunteers who do yeoman's work, looking to put a tournament like this together. The supporters, all of the parents, certainly the sponsors, particularly thinking of turmeric Indian cuisine. It has been a pleasure to have been here for the last last 2 days, and then the 2 days of last weekend, to be a part of the team bringing this coverage to you. And we thank you for watching, thank you for listening, and thank you for your support of youth cricket in this country and in the state. And the very last delivery ends with the stumping. A great piece of work. Dinesh whips the stumps off, and that is the end of Shayan Chakraborty and the end officially of the Texas Skywalkers' efforts. Victory for the TCC Kings by 38 runs. A truly dominating performance. You see celebration here by Captain Wihan Mehta, who told me at the toss that they were going to win. So this is not exactly a surprise that he's celebrating that victory. So a quick look through the scorecard. In fact, let's do the entire scorecard. Batting first, the TCC Kings, Ansh Boje, 52 from 48. Krish Patel, 18 from 20. Vihan Mehta, the captain, who I suspect is going to be man of the match, 46 from 34. Did the work with the bat. Mark Sagiababu took 3 wickets for the Texas Skywalkers, but when the Skywalkers batted, it never really could put a partnership together. Ranak Saluja, 12 from 10. Vyas Sriman, 8 from 12. Rishin Katari, 11 from 9. Aryan Satish, the captain, tried hard, but I think maybe just took a little bit too long to get going. Ended up being caught in the covers, dismissed for 24. Akhilesh Balan, 8 from 12. Mark Sagiababu, 3 from 6. Vrudant Desai, 3 from 7. Daniel Bagani was dismissed first ball without scoring. Shayan Chakraborty at the end stumped 26 for 20 from 24 with 3 fours. And George Yadav, 14 from 16. Sahil Lada, 2 overs bowled, 1 for 14. Aryan Tamala, 4 overs, none for 24. Suvir Gudipati, 3 overs, 1 for 16. Ansh Boje, 2 overs, 1 for 11. Rochan Vanam, 4 overs, 1 for 23. And Dinesh, 1 over, 1 for 8. But easily the pick of the bowlers for me, the captain Vihan Mehta, 4 overs, 4 for 17. Absolutely brilliant bowling spell. And again, along with his batting, 52 or 46 from 41 balls, I think it was, for me, is my pick for player of the match. So that is it. The coverage from Prairie View Cricket Complex for this year's Houston Youth Premier League Fall Classic 2023 comes to an end. We hope that you've enjoyed spending the last couple of weekends with us. For now, this is Brian Walters signing off from Prairie View. Have a wonderful evening, everyone.